Chapter 1304. This cat? Howl! The eyes of the god-eyed descendants, lunging at the little thieving cat, went wide in shock. Lin Qingwu's eye bloodline technique had clearly struck the little thieving cat, but it hadn't done any damage to it. Moreover, the little thieving cat didn't have an absolute physical defense, nor did it use any profound movement techniques to dodge. The spatial eye bloodline technique had passed right through its body in an unimaginable manner. Is that thieving cat not a physical body? The beautiful girl muttered in shock. The azure-robed elder's expression darkened as if he had noticed something. No, this thieving cat possesses an extremely profound space intent. Lin Chenggu solemnly stared at the little thieving cat. He was the one who had used that attack just now, and he himself had the eye of space-time. Thus, he was the only one who knew what had just happened. On the surface, it seemed like that tiny spatial blade of white crystal had passed through the little thieving cat's body, but that wasn't actually the case. The moment the white crystal blade touched the little thieving cat's body, the little thieving cat used a profound space intent to move the white crystal blade from one side of its body to the other. Thus, to an outsider, it looked like the white crystal blade had passed right through the little thieving cat's body. This was a short-distance spatial shiftability that Lin Qingwu also knew. However, the little thieving cat was even more outstanding. The space intent it used was extremely obscure, and those with weaker space intent would find it difficult to detect. From this aspect, the little thieving cat's spatial abilities were even more formidable than Lin Qingwu's. So that's how it is. This little cat is actually this formidable. The yellow-clothed youth examined the little thieving cat in shock. Humph! If this continues, all the cultivation treasures in the crystal box will be eaten by this thieving cat. The azure-robed elder snorted. These words caused everyone else to grimace. They were all god-eye descendants, famed ancient god experts, but now they had been toyed with by this cat to such an extent. This was truly rather hateful, but they were still ancient god experts. The youngest of them, the yellow-clothed youth, was several hundred years old, while the azure-robed elder was probably 10 million years old. Their eyes were extremely sharp and their foresight was profound. Compared to the cultivation treasures here, if he could tame this kitten, it would undoubtedly be more useful. Leave this thieving cat to this old man. The azure-robed elder charged out, heading straight for the little thieving cat in the crystal box. We can't let him succeed. The beautiful young woman revealed an anxious expression. She naturally knew what the green-robed old man was thinking. Ancient God Black Extreme. Lin Chengwu glanced at Ancient God Black Extreme. It seemed like from the moment the little thieving cat appeared, Ancient God Black Extreme had fallen silent. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ancient God, Profound Devil seemed to be in the same situation. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhao Feng's expression was a little strange. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the azure-robed elder and the beautiful woman's samsara immortal bodies arrived next to the little thieving cat. Kitten, you've stolen so many of our treasures. Unless you follow this old man, you'll definitely die today. The azure-robed elder's golden eyes emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, this aura was aimed at the soul. The soul energy of an ordinary living being would gradually weaken under the pressure of this destruction energy until they would eventually submit. However, the little thieving cat seemed completely unaffected. It only gave the azure-robed elder a disdainful glance before hopping off to eat a few more treasures. How could this be? This thieving cat is actually ignoring the soul pressure of this old man's eye of destruction. The azure-robed elder's lips twitched. As Zhao Feng used his left eye to peer through, he realized that just a moment ago, a strange and gloomy membrane had appeared over the little thieving cat's soul body, wrapping around it. It was precisely because of this mysterious defensive soul art that the little thieving cat was completely unaffected. The little thieving cat never knew this sort of secret soul art before. This isn't how you tame a pet. The beautiful young woman in the back let out a tender laugh. At this moment, the beautiful woman controlled her samsara immortal body and approached the little thieving cat. The ancient god wielding the golden sword followed the woman's orders and said, "Kitten, if you follow my master, there will be countless treasures like this in the future. You can eat as many as you want." Meow. The little thieving cat extended a paw and impatiently waved it around, as if saying that it was eating and that they shouldn't disturb it. The yellow-clothed youth and Lin Chenggu followed suit, attempting to tame this mysterious and powerful thieving cat. In the end, all of them were met with rebuff, but they were still unwilling to give up. In their view, this little thieving cat was definitely a creature from the Godai ruins. It was mysterious, powerful, and possessed special abilities. If they tamed it, they might even be able to extract some important information from its mouth. "Let me capture you." The yellow-clothed youth was enraged and used a secret art to try and capture the little thieving cat. Tough and twisted green vines appeared around the area and began to wrap around the little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat, who was in the middle of eating herbs, became rather angry at this sight. Suddenly, the mysterious silver runes and characters on its limbs began to twist and flicker. Its body also seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, becoming tough and brimming with strength. At the same time, everyone present once more felt that heaven-shaking bloodline pressure. What a powerful bloodline energy! We have to get this cat. The azure-robed elder was extremely excited. Swoosh, swoosh. The little thieving cat's claws became dark silver and sharp. It casually waved them a few times, and countless silver blades appeared in the air. They were like a dazzling storm that seemed to have a mind of their own, cutting apart all the vines. "You're not going to try." The beautiful girl looked at Zhao Feng and ancient god Black Extreme. Other than Zhao Feng, ancient god Black Extreme, and ancient god Profound Devil, everyone else had tried to tame the little thieving cat. "This cat is very difficult to tame." Ancient god Black Extreme hesitated for a moment before saying. The beautiful girl nodded. In her view, ancient god Black Extreme was observing to find the little thieving cat's weakness so that he could strike. At this moment, the little thieving cat had finished eating all the cultivation treasures in the crystal box. This scoundrel, he actually finished eating all the resources. The yellow-clothed youth stomped his feet in anger. This lowly little thieving cat was completely impervious to anything. Their plan to tame it made no progress, and when they tried to take the cultivation treasures from the crystal box, they would be attacked by the little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat seemed to be full, burping and patting its belly. "This cat has eaten its fill. Perhaps we can find a chance to tame it." The azure-robed elder's eyes twinkled. The others were also eager to try. Now that all the cultivation treasures had been eaten by this cat, whoever succeeded in taming this cat would be the final winner. But at this moment, Zhao Feng, who had remained silent this entire time, finally spoke. "Come here." Zhao Feng helplessly said. The moment the thieving cat came out, it took all the remaining treasures into its mouth, and the others were doing their best to curry favor with it. You think it'll come over just because you tell it to?" The yellow-clothed youth couldn't help but jeer. "Little brother, your beast-taming method is no good." The beautiful girl gracefully smiled. But the moment the two of them finished speaking, the silver-gray cat in the crystal box suddenly stood up. Swish! In a flash of silver-gray light, the little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and lay down. For a moment, the calm and confident azure-robed elder and Lin Qinggu were dumbstruck, not knowing what to say. The yellow-clothed youth and the beautiful girl seemed to have been petrified. their faces frozen. Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil stared in shock at Zhao Feng, their minds going through a series of thoughts. After a long while, the azure-robed elder's eyes flashed. "Kid, it's your pet!" The azure-robed elder bellowed in fury. "What?" Everyone else stared in shock and disbelief at Zhao Feng. But in reality, based on what happened just now, it was clear that the little thieving cat was Zhao Feng's pet. This meant that more than 90% of the treasures in the 2 crystal boxes had been taken by this pair of main pets. No one could accept this. "Zhao Feng, your pet ate the rest of the treasures here. As its master, you have to take responsibility for this matter." The yellow-clothed youth immediately shouted. Lin Chenggu and the beautiful girl wanted to voice their agreement, but they were still on the same team as Zhao Feng, so they did not make it too obvious. The struggle for treasures depends on one's own ability. Moreover, when my pet took action, I didn't do anything. Even so, none of you were able to win against it. And in my view, you intentionally allowed it to eat those treasures. Your true goal was to steal my pet. Zhao Feng first sighed, seemingly belittling them, and then he changed his tone and directly questioned these people who wanted to steal his pet. For a moment, none of them had anything to say. They were all extremely regretful. If they had come to an agreement earlier, Zhao Feng would have had to take responsibility. At the same time, they were all angry that such a mysterious and powerful cat was Zhao Feng's pet. Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil only stared at Zhao Feng, their thoughts inscrutable. "Let's go." After a long while, Ancient God Profound Devil led his team away. Lin Chenggu and the beautiful girl looked at Zhao Feng with unkind expressions. "Zhao Feng, if you had this pet, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Ancient God Black Extreme reproached, but he was actually trying to find out more about the little thieving cat. "This scoundrel isn't very obedient," Zhao Feng casually explained, but everyone seemed to be very convinced by this reason. "Let's go as well," Ancient God Black Extreme said, not having learned anything. "Slow down. There's still something good here." Zhao Feng stopped them. "There's still something good." Lin Chenggu was somewhat doubtful. If there was something good, why didn't Zhao Feng take it for himself? As everyone watched, Zhao Feng went to a certain corner, gathered up Chaos Origin divine power in his hands, and then fired it at the edge of a piece of silver ruin. After a few rounds of attacks, a piece of the edge of the huge ruin was shaved off, revealing something. It was a palm. "This is a hand. There's someone inside?" The beautiful girl was alarmed. "No, it's an automaton." Ancient God Black Extreme also revealed a look of shock as he said this. Everyone immediately thought of the highly realistic and intelligent automatons created by the Heaven's legacy race. It was rumored that there were even automatons with apocalyptic fighting power. "Dig it out. Perhaps we can use it or obtain something," Ancient God Black Extreme called out. Chapter 1305. Dig it out. It might be of some use, or we might be able to obtain some information from it, Ancient God Black Extreme called out. The others immediately began to understand. This Heaven's legacy race automaton was very likely one of the members of the God-Eye ruins. Moreover, automatons had almost no limit to their lifespans. If this automaton buried underground was still alive, they might even be able to learn the true nature of these ruins from its mouth. If this was the God-Eye ruins, then it would be very unusual for a Heaven's legacy race automaton to appear. Perhaps the true nature of this place was not what Ancient God Black Extreme had described. "Go." Lin Qingwu's expression flickered. Spatial flash flurry. He immediately activated his Eye of Spacetime, his eyes exploding with supreme eye intent. Swish! Countless white crystal blades ignored the distance and slashed at the metal ruins in front of them. However, the buildings in this place were extremely unique. This massive piece of metal was massive, heavy, and extremely tough. Lin Qingwu's space-time eye bloodline technique was only able to cut off a few pieces. At the same time, the beautiful girl released 10 samsara immortal bodies, which she sent blasting at the metal ruins in front of her. On the other side, ancient god Black Extreme activated his Eye of Death and aimed it at the metal ruins. Death intent could cause any object to gradually decay and walk toward death, and it was most effective against this massive piece of metal. The four of them worked together to quickly dig out half of the Heaven's legacy race automaton. After being smashed like this, it's probably useless. The beautiful girl was rather disappointed. Now, only the head and upper body of the mechanical puppet had been excavated by the crowd. However, the automaton's face had been smashed beyond recognition, and there was a massive hole in its chest. All the mechanical parts inside had been destroyed. Let me try. Ancient God Black Extreme stepped forward, approached the automaton, and squatted down. What do you want to do? Lin Qingwu asked in confusion. Every part of this automaton has been severely damaged. Not even an array master of the ancient, desolate realm of gods would be able to repair it. But the damage to its head isn't very serious. I want to try and see if I can extract any information from it. Ancient God Black Extreme simply replied. Ancient God Black Extreme simply replied. Without waiting for anyone to say anything else, he took out a few tools, used a secret art, and placed a hand on the automaton's head. Ancient God Black Extreme's hand sent waves of black runes into the automaton's head. At this moment, the head of the automaton began to creak. Ancient God Black Extreme had already closed his eyes as if he was carefully searching for something. After a long time, the beautiful young lady asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" "I've obtained most of the map information of this place." Ancient God Black Extreme drew back his hand and put away all the tools before speaking. Really? Lin Qingwu was slightly startled. In his opinion, everyone had been wandering aimlessly in the ruins at the beginning. If they had a map of this place, they would be able to plan their goals and reap the greatest benefits in the shortest amount of time. Other than the map, is there anything else? At this moment, Zhao Feng stepped forward and asked. His memories have been sealed by an extremely profound technique, so I can't inspect them at all. However, the map information is a separate piece of information from the automaton's brain, and it just so happened that the defenses failed, so I was able to obtain this map information. Ancient God Black Extreme had a frank expression. The beautiful young lady and Lin Qingwu both grimaced. They guessed that ancient God Black Extreme had obtained more than this, but he was hiding some important information. Thus, the two of them decided to keep an eye on ancient God Black Extreme. Swish! With a wave of his hand, ancient God Black Extreme took out a somewhat crude map and presented it to the group. This map. Everyone's eyes focused on the map, and then they slowly focused on a single point. This is the core area of the God Eye ruins. The beautiful young lady called out in alarm. Everyone could roughly see that in the center of this map was a massive sphere, marked in red as the Forbidden Zone. In the center of the sphere was the symbol of an eye. Correct, and we're not too far from the core area. Ancient God Black Extreme nodded. Everyone's expressions flickered as they found it difficult to conceal the excitement in their hearts. When these massive ruins were still intact, it was certain that they would have been extremely glorious. For example, although there were only 2 crystal boxes left in the area where they were growing plants, the majority of the cultivation treasures inside had withered. However, these 7 ancient god experts were still madly fighting over them. It was hard to imagine just what sort of treasures and opportunities were hidden in the center of these ruins. Let's get moving. The beautiful young lady was rather impatient. The group chose the shortest route and headed straight for the core area on the map. After everyone left this place, no one discovered that a dark silver light of nothingness had lightly flitted through the air. Meow. The little thieving cat suddenly appeared, and with a single leap, it appeared next to the broken automaton. He waved his claws, and a mysterious and complicated diagram and text formed a dark silver halo that enveloped the mechanical puppet's brain. After a long while, the little thieving cat put down its paws, and after a few moments of thought, it vanished. In Ancient God Black Extreme's team, the little thieving cat reappeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. This cat. The beautiful young lady shot a furious and envious glance at the cat. Lin Qingguo and Ancient God Black Extreme paid little attention to the little thieving cat's elusive movements. Standing on Zhao Feng's shoulder, the little thieving cat used its soul to send many messages to Zhao Feng. In the end, the little thieving cat returned to the interspatial dimension. So that's how it is. These ruins aren't God ruins at all. Zhao Feng was secretly alarmed, but he showed no emotion on his face. Based on the information he had obtained from the little thieving cat and the suspicions he had noticed, Zhao Feng felt that this was probably a trap. But now that they were about to reach the core area, Zhao Feng also wanted to take a look. Of course, Zhao Feng had a way to preserve his life, which was why he dared to enter despite knowing the danger. Careful, there's a Yao God up ahead, Ancient God Black Extreme warned. It seems like the core area definitely has extremely important treasures and opportunities, the beautiful young lady excitedly said. Previously, when they were exploring the underground ruins, they rarely encountered Yao gods in the passages. But just as they were about to reach the core area, a Yao god appeared in the passage. But this only made them even more excited. Roar! The rank 7 Yao god with the eye of myriad forms roared at them. Get out of here! The rank 7 Yao god's surroundings surged with violent energy, and the colors in its enormous, multicolored eyes spun wildly as if declaring its fury. Ancient God Black Extreme's team said nothing as they charged forward, all of their eyes flashing with ripples of eye intent. Boom! Bang! The moment the two forces collided, the rank 7 Yao God was instantly killed. There are still many more ahead. We'll take turns distributing the high-level intent crystals in the bodies of Yao gods. After saying this, Ancient God Black Extreme put the eye of myriad forms intent crystal into his interspatial dimension. As expected, the group didn't travel very far before encountering another rank 7 Yao god. After killing it, Lin Qingguo put away the high-grade profundity crystal. As they traveled deeper and deeper, the passage gradually widened. But the Yao gods they encountered were also getting stronger and stronger. Before they could even finish off the first Yao god, a second Yao god was already approaching. The group of people finally slowed down. The core area is 1,000 meters up ahead. Ancient God Black Extreme called out. The eyes of Lin Qingguo and the beautiful woman flashed with sharp light, and their fighting power suddenly increased. Boom! Bang! Crash! The group of 4 fiercely battled with the Yao god in front of them. After a long while, the group finally reached the end of the passage. In front of them was an enormous, translucent sphere. However, they couldn't see what was inside very clearly, and their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. There were 8 paths around the sphere, leading in every direction. The path they were on was one of them. The greatest treasure of these ruins was right in front of them, but they suppressed their excitement and stood their ground. This was because the path they were on to the center of the sphere was filled with an astonishing number of Yao gods. The weakest of these Yao gods was an outstanding rank 6, and the strongest were almost at the peak of rank 6. Roar! Many of the Yao gods noticed Ancient God Black Extreme's team and roared as they charged forward. There are so many of them. If we're not careful, we'll be buried here. The beautiful young woman's expression was somewhat ugly. If everyone stops hiding their cards, there's a very good chance that we can get through this path. Ancient God Black Extreme's cold and sinister gaze swept over the group. Any expert would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Moreover, this mission was special. The other members were all on guard against Ancient God Black Extreme and had even more cards hidden up their sleeves. As the group was hesitating, one of the 8 paths in the center of the sphere suddenly began to pulse with energy, for figures appeared at the mouth of the path. "It's them!" The beautiful woman and Lin Chungu called out in alarm. The team that had suddenly appeared was Ancient God, Profound Devil's team. "Someone actually got here before us?" The yellow-clothed youth called out in surprise. However, just as the two of them were sizing each other up, a series of loud rumbles came from another passage. A team of 4 quickly appeared in front of Ancient God, Profound Devil, and Ancient God Black Extremes team. "There's someone else." A black golden armored man spoke, his eyes gleaming with cold and sinister light. "Ancient God Departed Spirit." Many of the members of the other 2 teams were extremely familiar with this black golden armored man. Other than Ancient God Departed Spirit, their team also had descendants of the Eye of Myriad Forms and the Eye of Spacetime. At the very back of these 3 was a slim woman with the Eye of Destiny. The 3 teams appeared on their respective paths, and each tunnel was filled with a terrifying number of demon immortals. At this moment, the Pupil Yao immortals were already attacking the outsiders in the tunnel they were on. Chapter 1306. Go! Ancient God Black Extreme called out. At the same time, the other 2 squads that had arrived were also ready for battle. "We have to get to the core area before them." The beautiful girl's eyes were grim. Who knew what sort of treasures and opportunities existed in the core area? But no matter what, getting to the core area before the other 2 teams was equivalent to seizing the initiative. The other 2 teams were of the same mind. They had to get to the core area before the other teams. "From the looks of it, our team should have the highest fighting power." This was Lin Qingwu's conclusion after carefully inspecting the other 2 teams. Ancient God Profound Devil's team only had 3 people. Ancient God Departed Spirit's team had an Eye of Destiny that didn't have any fighting power. In short, Ancient God Black Extremes team had the strongest fighting power. There's no need to worry. The team that gets to the core area first will be a huge variable. The slim woman with the Eye of Destiny said to the other 3 members of her team. "Humph, we have to be the first to get to the core area." Ancient God Departed Spirit angrily snorted as he gloomily stared at Zhao Feng. Back in the God Eye competition ground, he had lost to Zhao Feng. This time his team and Zhao Feng's team were engaged in yet another battle. The other 2 teammates nodded their heads. Only by getting to the core area first would they be able to reap the greatest harvest. Death Coil. Ancient God Departed Spirit's Eye of Death turned, and the black fog around him surged. Countless, pitch-black tentacles reached out and swung forward. In a flash, several rank 6 Yao gods were instantly slain by Ancient God Departed Spirit. On the other side, Ancient God Profound Devil's team charged into the passage and clashed with the other Eye Yao gods. Destruction, Aurora! The azure-robed elders' Eye of Destruction fired off a dazzling golden beam of light that shot forward. On Ancient God Black Extreme side, Zhao Feng's team had already begun to move. Spatial Flash Flurry. Lin Chenggu activated his Eye of Spacetime, his eyes exploding with supreme eye intent. Xiao xiao xiao. Suddenly, countless white crystal blades shot out from his eyes, ignoring the distance between them and hitting the Eye Demon God in front of him. Death Ray Wave. Ancient God Black Extreme charged at the very front, unleashing a lethal Eye Bloodline technique at the reckless Eye Yao God. In the middle of the group was Zhao Feng, who occasionally used psychic illusions to confuse the Eye Demon Gods and expose their weaknesses, making it easier for them to be killed. As for the beautiful woman's Samsara immortal body, it charged at the front as a meat shield while she stood at the back. Ancient God Black Extremes team quickly took the lead, but gradually everyone's speed slowed down. After all, no one wanted to expose their trump cards. Moreover, the situation here was special. No one knew when something would happen. so they had to conserve their strength. But this way, the other teams slowly caught up. As a result, the distance the three squads advanced was never too far apart, and they slowly approached the core area. The number of demon gods hasn't increased. This means that the number of demon gods in each tunnel is fixed. Ancient God Black Extreme suddenly said. As soon as he said that, the other members of the team immediately became motivated. Earlier, they were all worried that if they advanced too quickly, the Yao gods in the other tunnels would rush over to their side. Kill! The 4 members of the team suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, fiercely pushing forward. Not good. Their team is made up of fighters, and they have an eye of Samsara descendant. They're advancing too quickly. An eye of myriad forms descendant in ancient god departed spirits team exclaimed in shock. Even so, we can't let them leave us too far behind, and we certainly can't let the other team overtake us. Ancient god departed spirit bellowed, the black mist in front of his eyes becoming a bottomless black hole of death. Swish! Pitch black and sinister death spears shot out, easily killing a group of demon gods. Ancient god Profound Devil's team also began to pick up the pace, but in the end, Ancient God Black Extreme's team was the first to reach the core area. Hurry and kill them! The other 2 teams saw this and immediately threw caution to the wind, taking out some of their trump cards to kill the Yao gods. They couldn't see what was inside the crystal ball, but they all felt that if they were too late, Ancient God Black Extreme's team would take away all the treasures. BZZZZ. Ancient God Black Extreme's team passed through a strange halo of light and arrived at the core area of the God Eye ruins. Deep in the core area, they could clearly see what was happening outside. But at this moment, no one cared about what was happening outside. Their eyes were wide open as they examined the scene before them in shock. They were currently in a small room within the giant sphere. The room was filled with all sorts of machines and instruments that they had never seen before. There were also many sealed test tubes filled with various liquids. This probably isn't a God Eye ruin. Lin Qingwu's expression darkened. I was also just speculating back then. Ancient God Black Extreme explained. This must be a Heaven's legacy race ruin. The beautiful girl's eyes flashed with sharp light. Although it wasn't a God Eye ruin, a ruin of the Heaven's legacy race was no less valuable than a God Eye ruin. Meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat came out, its black eyes tinged with silver stars as it scanned its surroundings. Ancient God Black Extreme couldn't help but stare at the little thieving cat in silence. That row of test tubes contains the primordial bloodline. The beautiful young woman's gaze suddenly focused on a row of different-colored test tubes that were as thick as an arm. They were all God Eye descendants, so their connections to the bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races were rather weak. Coupled with the isolation of the test tubes, normal people wouldn't be able to sense them. However, the beautiful girl had a samsara immortal body, and they all had powerful ancient bloodlines in their lives. Really? Lin Qingwu was flabbergasted. The isolation of the test tubes made it impossible for them to sense what kind of bloodline was inside. But how could an ancient bloodline be ranked very low if it was placed here? Each test tube here was enough to create a powerful ancient race expert. At the same time, everyone turned their eyes to another place. These were tiny test tubes, each filled with a very small amount of liquid or powder. They appeared to be some kind of medicine made from some special materials. Go! The beautiful girl immediately ordered a samsara immortal body to approach the test tube that was suspected to contain some precious medicine. But the samsara immortal body's hand had only just touched the test tube. White bolts of light shot out from the room like bolts of lightning, completely obliterating the samsara immortal body. This place has been almost completely preserved. The precious items here are definitely beyond your imagination, but they're not things that can be casually taken. Ancient God Black Extreme's face was indifferent. Meow. The little thieving cat stood on his shoulder and put on a very haughty expression. But no one besides Zhao Feng could understand what the little thieving cat was saying. Ancient God Black Extreme, only you can take out the treasures of this place. Hurry and do it. The beautiful girl gave a charming laugh and said. At the same time, Lin Qinggu and Zhao Feng also turned to Ancient God Black Extreme as if they were working together to threaten him. Right at that moment, the other two squads also entered the core region. Everyone was stunned by the first sight they saw. There's no rush. Let's take what we can and then go in and take a look. Ancient God Black Extreme appeared unconcerned as he walked around the room and began to inspect it. The others also walked around the room, observing and attempting to take away anything. In the end, they obtained some extremely ordinary tools and proceeded to one of the rooms. What's going on here? The beautiful girl immediately screamed. In front of the crowd, there were enormous sealed grooves. Inside each of them were bodies that had existed for who knew how many years. Perhaps because the machines weren't working, these bodies were all lifeless. But all these bodies had one thing in common. They had no eyes. Where their eyes should be, there were only a few tubes as thin as hairs. The infusion tube extended to a special crystal box above. There was a pair of eyes in every crystal box, and they were all eyes of death. This place, could it be? Lin Chenggu felt a chill run down his spine. Based on what they could see, each body here belonged to a death god descendant, but their eye bloodlines had all been dug out and used as experimental subjects. This should be a research base of the Heaven's legacy race's heaven-defying faction, and the subjects of their research are descendants of the 8 great god eyes. Although this place only has the experimental bodies of death god descendants, the other 7 passages should lead to other god descendants. The beautiful girl revealed a look of disgust. After all, she was also a god descendant. In addition, the Heaven's legacy race's heaven-defying faction and sage faction were 2 factions that few people in the continent zone knew of. But the majority of true god experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods knew of this. Zhao Feng nodded. The beautiful girl's conjecture was probably correct. Just what is the Heaven's legacy race's heaven-defying faction trying to do? Lin Chenggu couldn't help but wonder. The heaven-defying faction would not engage in meaningless research. If this research base was aimed at descendants of the 8 great god eyes, just what secrets did the heaven-defying faction want to discover? Most importantly, had they finished their research? This time, Lin Chenggu and the beautiful young lady couldn't wait to enter the next level. But at this moment, several enormous ripples of energy came from one of the passages. Everyone in the core area couldn't help but look outside. The people of the blazing gold race. 9 people in total, and one of them is a rank 8 true god. Everyone couldn't help but stare in shock, their hearts thumping. If they were at their peak, they wouldn't fear the blazing gold race. But none of them had gotten much rest since exploring the ruins, and dealing with the Yao gods outside the passage had taken an enormous toll on them. None of the 3 teams in the core area were in peak condition. The Blazing Gold Race members seemed to have followed the path that ancient god Profound Devil had taken, so their journey had been smooth and unimpeded. They had not encountered any danger and were all in peak condition. This should be the most precious core area of this relic. A violet-robed elder in the Blazing Gold Race team said, his eyes gleaming. They should all be inside. Let's go in and kill them all. In the Blazing Gold Race team, Ancient God Giant Spirit gave a cruel smile. Chapter 1307. They should all be inside. Let's go in and kill them all. In the Blazing Gold Race team, Ancient God Giant Spirit gave a cruel smile. Okay. Ancient God Gilded Gold had an excited look on his face, and the other members of the Blazing Gold Race also rubbed their palms and prepared to attack. None of them had expected that, by following the path of others, they would be able to find the core area of these ruins. Now, All they needed to do was enter the core area and kill everyone else that had entered, and these ruins would be the blazing gold races. Whoosh! 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 The blazing gold race team flew toward the core area. At the same time, the members of the 3 teams in the core area grimaced, especially the azure-robed elder and yellow-clothed youth of ancient god profound devil's team, their hearts burning with rage. If they were in the blazing gold race's shoes, they also understood what the blazing gold race was planning. What do we do? The blazing gold race has sent 9 ancient gods, and their leader is a rank 8 ancient god. The yellow-clothed youth of the life sacred land had a worried look on his face. As a core disciple of the life sacred land, even if the disciples of the blazing gold race wanted to curry favor with him, it would depend on his mood. But at this moment, the other party would definitely kill him mercilessly. The blazing gold race followed our path. We have to leave immediately and join up with the other teams in the core area. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Ancient god, profound devil, also had a worried expression. Once the blazing gold race team caught up, the 3 of them would be heavily injured, if not killed. That's right. Join up with the other teams. The azure-robed elder was in complete agreement. If the blazing gold race wanted to take these ruins for themselves, they would definitely not let any of the other teams go. The 3 teams that had arrived earlier were no match for the blazing gold race in a one-on-one fight. But if they worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. Swoosh! The 3 immediately set off, flying forward, no longer caring about the treasures in the core area. Their lives were more important. Without their lives, what use would anything else be? However, the core area was filled with countless rooms of various sizes, and all the buildings could block off divine sense. Finding a team would require some effort. At the same time, the other 2 teams in the core area knew that the situation was extremely grim, even though they were far from the blazing gold race. How did the Xiling Zone's blazing gold race know of this place? Lin Chengu had a look of resentment on his face. At the start, he suspected that ancient god Black Extreme had leaked the information. From the looks of it now, this place was not an absolutely hidden place. There were many people who could discover its existence. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the blazing gold race's ancient god, gilded gold, could possess destruction energy. Zhao Feng wasn't too surprised. During the gambling match between the 2 races, he had heard quite a bit about ancient god, gilded gold. It could be assumed that ancient god, gilded gold had stumbled upon these ruins during his travels and obtained some sort of fortune. Let's go find the other 2 groups that entered the core area. Only by working together can we resist the blazing gold race. Ancient god Black Extreme immediately said, and then he took the lead. Lin Qinggu and the beautiful young woman also knew that this was the only feasible method at the moment, so the 2 of them immediately followed. Zhao Feng was the last to follow the 3 of them. As for the little thieving cat on his shoulder, it disappeared in a flash, running off to who knew where. The other side. Let's go this way. There's a team that's about to run into a deadly crisis from the blazing gold race. We must save them and work together. Only then will we have the strength to fight against the blazing gold race. The skinny woman's eyes flashed with colorful light before she suddenly spoke. Let's go. The other members of the team understood the situation and immediately began to move. Guided by the Eye of Destiny, the group weaved through the complicated rooms and finally heard the sounds of battle. Boom! Bang! Crash! The 9 members of the blazing gold race charged forward like 9 blazing suns. Run! Ancient god profound devil hurriedly called out, and he used his eye of myriad forms to create countless icy storms to obstruct the blazing gold race. Break! Ancient god giant spirit roared from the blazing gold race. His body, which was like a blazing sun, emitted a fierce golden light like that of a wild beast. He dashed forward and instantly dispersed the icy storm. Rank 8 ancient god. The azure-robed elder was taken aback. That enormous and terrifying bloodline divine power aura made him feel a great sense of danger. Ancient god giant spirit, you want to kill me? The yellow-clothed youth from the life-sacred land angrily roared. Humph! Ancient god giant spirit coldly snorted and continued his pursuit. If not for the fact that he wasn't particularly skilled in speed, he would have already taken down the 3 people in front of him. However, a rank 8 ancient god was still a rank 8 ancient god. His intent was profound, his intent powerful, and his divine power pure. Even if he wasn't skilled in speed, he was still far faster than a rank 7 ancient god. Slowly, ancient god, profound devils group of 3 began to sense a searing physical pressure that was only getting stronger and stronger. They understood that the blazing gold race was about to catch up to them. Devil shattering heaven flame palm. Ancient god giant spirit suddenly circulated his energy and fired off a palm. A scorching palm of fire howled toward ancient god, profound devils group of 3. Block! Ancient god, profound devil growled, immediately unleashing the myriad form's endless zone to protect himself and the other 2. At the same time, the azure-robed elder and yellow-clothed youth attacked with all their might to weaken ancient god giant spirit's attack. At this moment, a pitch-black spear of death shot out from behind ancient god, profound devils group, joining their attacks and attacking ancient god giant spirit. Boom! Bang! A massive storm of energy wreaked havoc over the core area. The ruins had been completely destroyed, but the core area had been completely preserved. From this, one could see just how sturdy the core area was. But at this moment, the intense clash between the 2 sides caused the surrounding buildings to slightly twist, and many small instruments were destroyed. At the same time, the mechanisms around the room were activated, indiscriminately attacking everyone in the room. Retreat! Ancient god giant spirit called out. Even a rank 8 true god like him had to be cautious of the traps in the core area of the ruins. Whoosh! On the other side, ancient god, profound devil, and the slim woman's team used this chance to escape. After them! Ancient god giant spirit immediately ordered. If the other team hadn't appeared just now, ancient god, profound devil's group of 3 would have already died to the blazing gold race. Now that there were 7 of them, killing them would be rather troublesome. But as long as they pursued relentlessly, there was still a chance of completely annihilating them. Whoosh! 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 The blazing gold race members charged forward in pursuit. But they didn't chase for long before they realized that the 7 had stopped in a certain room and had no intention of continuing to flee. Careful, it might be a trap, the violet-robed elder warned. In his view, the fact that they were able to safely reach this place meant that they were some sort of trap and array master. They couldn't rule out the possibility that they could use the traps of the core area to deal with them. But before the blazing gold race team could get close, ancient god, profound devil said, "There are 7 of us right now. If you want to kill all of us, it will be extremely difficult, and you'll have to pay a grievous price. Why don't we talk?" Ancient god giant spirit was stunned. He hadn't expected for the other party to stop and negotiate with him. The blazing gold race discovered this place long ago. If you are willing to hand over what you found on this journey, the blazing gold race will let you live. Ancient god giant spirit put on a negotiating appearance as he slowly approached the 7. Although he said this, if he had the chance, ancient god giant spirit wouldn't leave a single one of them alive. The blazing gold race's demands are a little too high. Can we continue to talk? Ancient god, profound devil put on a hesitant look. Then hand over 90%. The blazing gold race team slowly approached. 90% is fine, but let's see if you dare to take it. Ancient god, profound devil's conflicted expression instantly shifted. At the same time, the others also unleashed powerful ripples of I intent. Truly reckless, do the 7 of you think you can fight against the blazing gold race? Ancient god giant spirit jeered. But at this moment, four figures charged out of a room in the back. It was none other than Zhao Feng's group. The buildings in the core area were extremely unique, almost completely blocking out divine sense. Thus, the blazing gold race had no idea that other enemies were hiding nearby. Extreme Space Blade, Death Coil, Destruction Light, 5 elements yin-yang strike. In a flash, all the God Eye descendants used their ultimate eye bloodline techniques to launch fierce attacks on the blazing gold race. The blazing gold race, which had the absolute advantage just a moment ago, had never imagined that the battle would turn out like this. Caught off guard, the blazing gold race suffered a major loss. The 9 of them had suffered injuries of varying sizes. Fortunately, the blazing gold race was skilled in defense, or else their losses would have been even greater. However, even though they had launched a surprise attack, Zhao Feng's side was still weaker than the blazing gold race. "It's you, Zhao Feng." In the blazing gold race group, ancient god Gilded Gold pointed at Zhao Feng and clenched his teeth. On the other end, ancient god Gold Fury, who had lost to Zhao Feng in the gambling match, was also stunned. "He's Zhao Feng?" Ancient god Giant Spirit's eyes instantly landed on Zhao Feng, his eyes brimming with killing intent. In the gambling match between the two races, Zhao Feng had single-handedly reversed the situation and humiliated the blazing gold race. Everyone in the blazing gold race, even the workers, hated Zhao Feng. All the members of the blazing gold race were seething with killing intent, and they stared at Zhao Feng as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Although Zhao Feng's eye isn't a descendant of the 8 great god eyes, it's still extremely mysterious and powerful. We can't let him get anything from this place, or else he'll become a massive obstacle for the blazing gold race in the future. Ancient god giant spirit's voice resounded in the minds of all the members of the blazing gold race. And these tensome people are just too exhausted. Once they recover, we'll be the ones to lose. The violet-robed elder messaged, his expression darkening. The members of the blazing gold race quickly reached a consensus. Kill. Suddenly, the 8 members of the blazing gold race charged forward. What's going on? The azure-robed elder was stunned. The members of the blazing gold race had been gloomy just a moment ago, but now they were seething with killing intent as they charged forward. They were willing to fight to the death with no regard for their own lives. "They've gone crazy." Ancient god Departed Spirit silently cursed. He believed that the 3 teams working together would be able to intimidate the blazing gold race and had just breathed a sigh of relief. But the blazing gold race seemed to have gone mad. Even though the 2 sides were evenly matched in strength, they still attacked. Chapter 1308. The blazing gold race's sudden assault caught the god eye descendants off guard. Devil-shattering sky flame palm. Ancient god giant spirit led the charge. Circulating his divine power, he unleashed a massive palm of golden flames that seemed capable of extinguishing the sun. At the same time, the other members of the blazing gold race charged forward. "Their target is me." Zhao Feng's heart chilled. He realized that everyone on the blazing gold race's side was targeting him. Of course, the other god eye descendants had also noticed this. "They want to kill Zhao Feng." The yellow-robed youth from the life-sacred land immediately called out. He was well aware of the grudge between the blazing gold race and Zhao Feng. "Damn, this brat!" Ancient god Departed Spirit glanced at Zhao Feng and cursed. It turned out that the blazing gold race's fierce assault was largely due to Zhao Feng. But now they had no time to run in the face of the blazing gold race's frenzied assault, so they could only work together to block. Death Spear. Heaven Void Slash. The God Eye descendants once more activated their eye bloodlines to block. As for the God Eye descendants, the slim woman with the Eye of Destiny had long ago vanished. She had clearly anticipated the urgency of the situation and retreated. After all, the Eye of Destiny was extremely weak. If they stayed near the battlefield, they could be killed by the shock waves. Kill. The members of the Blazing Gold race were all brimming with fighting spirit and peerless power. Although the Blazing Gold race's primary target was Zhao Feng, it had no intention of letting the others go. Retreat. Ancient God, profound devil roared. The God Eye descendants had been constantly using eye bloodline techniques, and before entering the core area, the majority of them had even used up their most exhausting trump cards. Not only had they expended enormous amounts of divine power, but their eye bloodlines were also exhausted. Let's retreat for now. Once we recover some strength, we'll counterattack, Ancient God Black Extreme said. After blocking the first round of attacks, the God Eye descendants immediately chose to retreat. But the Blazing Gold race was still unwilling to let them go. Even after the God Eye descendants had left the core area, the Blazing Gold race was still in pursuit. In addition, their escape route had to be free of traps, or else they would be walking to their deaths. Thus, the God Eye descendants continued to circle around the core area. Damn, has the Blazing Gold race gone mad? Just how long are they going to keep chasing us? The beautiful young woman shouted. It's better to hand over Zhao Feng. The Blazing Gold race's primary target is Zhao Feng. One person in the team transmitted his voice to everyone except Zhao Feng. The others immediately began to think. Only Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil had different expressions. Even so, the Blazing Gold race still won't let us go. Suddenly, Ancient God Profound Devil messaged everyone. The others were puzzled. If the Blazing Gold race would let us go if we handed over Zhao Feng, they would have already made this request. From the fact that they've been relentlessly pursuing us, it seems like they want to force us out of this place. Ancient God Black Extreme also spoke. Everyone was puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for these two to protect Zhao Feng. However, the two of them were right. Although the Blazing Gold race's primary target was Zhao Feng, they would not so easily let the others go. After all, once the God Eye descendants recovered their peak strength, they would be far stronger than the Blazing Gold race. Thus, the Blazing Gold race only had two primary targets. The first was to kill Zhao Feng, and the second was to drive out the other God Eye descendants. Whoosh! 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 A string of figures flew into a massive central hall. This place is... All the God Eye descendants were taken aback. They had only been randomly running around the core area, not even trying to figure out their route. The hall they had entered was extremely large, and the walls were decorated with solemn murals and Heaven's legacy race characters. It was completely different from the other rooms they had passed through. The hall was also surrounded by large mechanical devices that they couldn't understand. But what attracted their attention the most was the massive octagonal device in the center. 8 transparent crystals extended from the octagonal device, and within each of these crystals floated a pair of eyes. The eyes of the 8 great God Eye descendants were all within these crystals. This place should be the most valuable place in the core area, the beautiful girl immediately said. The gazes of the others were all focused on the 8 pairs of eyes. Those eyes of space-time are close to the quasi-God Eye level. The Eye of Death is also close to that level. All the God Eye descendants couldn't help but gasp. The 8 pairs of God Eye descendants here were all close to the quasi-God Eye level. Just what is this research base researching that it managed to produce 8 pairs of God Eye descendants that are close to the quasi-God Eye level? Lin Qingguo was extremely shocked, but based on their understanding and reasoning, they naturally couldn't guess what the Heaven's legacy race was trying to do. Kaboom! At this moment, a pressure that seemed capable of burning all things rumbled forward. Devil-shattering, heaven-flame palm. The moment Ancient God Giant Spirit appeared, he unleashed a palm at the God Eye descendants. Only then did he take a look at the situation. Let's go. Ancient God, Profound Devil called out. The God Eye descendants once more fled, at the same time observing the situation behind them. This hall was the most crucial part of the core area. They didn't know if the blazing gold race would give up on the pursuit and choose to fight for the treasure. But to everyone's surprise, the blazing gold race chose to continue the pursuit. The pursuit continued for a long time. The God-Eye descendants, who had already expended a great deal of energy, were even more out of sorts. A few of them were even attacked by the blazing gold race and sustained significant injuries as they were pursued. Once more, the group arrived at the central hall of the core area. The God-Eye descendants stared at the octagonal device in the center, their hearts pounding in excitement. This isn't the way to go on. The beautiful girl's eyes were rather gloomy. She was not very fighting, and her ability to flee was also weak. In the early explorations of the God-Eye ruins, the Samsara immortal bodies had been used as cannon fodder. As long as the Samsara immortal bodies were not completely killed, they could constantly recover, but once they were completely killed, the Eye of Samsara would have to pay a price and spend time to summon them back. Unless we leave these ruins, they won't let us go. The yellow-clothed youth from the life, sacred land had a hesitant look in his eyes. He was already planning to retreat. Fight it out with them. As long as we can kill that rank 8 ancient god, the other rank 7 ancient gods will be easy to deal with. Ancient god departed spirit's face was savage and his mind was boiling with rage. Then let's stay and fight it out with them. Ancient god profound devil softly chuckled. Ancient god departed spirit immediately stared at ancient god profound devil. He had said those words just now purely out of anger. He was rather surprised that the usually calm ancient god profound devil had agreed to those words out of anger. The others couldn't help but look at ancient god profound devil. At this moment, the blazing gold race members caught up. You're not running anymore? Ancient god giant spirit gave a mocking laugh. In truth, he was also rather angry. These God-Eye descendants had been chased for so long, but they still weren't willing to give up on the treasures of the core area. Haha, you're at death's door and you still don't know. Ancient God Black Extreme suddenly laughed, his cold and sinister gaze shooting at ancient God Giant Spirit. At this moment, the God-Eye descendants stared in shock at ancient God Black Extreme. Ancient God Profound Devil's words just now were off. And now, ancient God Black Extreme was acting like a madman, speaking without thinking. Even if everyone on their side recovered to their peak state, it was still rather unrealistic for them to kill a rank 8 ancient god of the blazing gold race. But Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly turned solemn. He knew long ago that ancient God Black Extreme, ancient God Profound Devil, and the Slim Woman were in cahoots. These 3 groups of God-Eye descendants had also been organized by them, but Zhao Feng had no idea what their goal was. However, the appearance of the blazing gold race was probably an accident. What sort of ability do these 2 have to say such words to ancient God Giant Spirit? Zhao Feng began to think. He didn't know what sort of changes ancient God Black Extreme and ancient God Profound Devil would cause. But Zhao Feng's mind inexplicably became uneasy. Right, the Eye of Destiny has disappeared. Zhao Feng suddenly realized something. Haha, I originally thought that it would be enough to just drive you out of these ruins. But now that you've sent yourselves to your deaths, don't blame me. Ancient God Giant Spirit's eyes exploded with cold light, and his golden body was instantly covered in a layer of golden flames. A boundless, scorching pressure rumbled toward the God-Eye descendants. Kill! The other members of the blazing gold race all activated their physical strength, golden flames seething around them like miniature suns. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from a side path of the central hall. It was none other than the Slim Woman who had fled to some place earlier. You're finally here! Ancient God Profound Devil sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient God Profound Devil and Ancient God Black Extreme broke away from the group of God-Eye descendants and arrived at the Slim Woman's side. The 3 of you? The many god I descendants turned to the trio, grimacing. Ancient god Profound Devil, Ancient god Black Extreme, and the Slim Woman were the leaders of the three groups. Among them, Ancient god Black Extreme was the founder of Zhao Feng's group. Zhao Feng's group shivered as they smelled the scent of a scheme. What do you want to do? If you break away from the group, you'll only bring about our destruction. The beautiful woman immediately rebuked, who said that there were only 3 of us. Ancient god Profound Devil faintly chuckled. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 3 black-robed figures emerged from the passage. All of them were god I descendants. Truly, lot. Our 3 groups were dealt with long ago. A black-robed man with the eye of divine punishment mocked. But since you ran into the blazing gold race, it's normal that your plan didn't go smoothly. A tall and muscular man calmly said, There's someone else. The blazing gold race's ancient god giant spirit's expression darkened, but he was in no rush to attack. He had no idea where the woman with the eye of destiny had found 3 more helpers. If they worked together, the blazing gold race was certain to lose. But something didn't seem right about the situation. There were 6 of them. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up in surprise. These 6 were the 3 black-robed men who had just arrived. Ancient god Black Extreme, Ancient god Profound Devil, and the Slim Woman. However, Zhao Feng was pondering their words. Those 3 groups were dealt with long ago. What does that mean? Zhao Feng's eyes were gradually filled with shock. He couldn't help but think that these 6 people had each led a team to explore these ruins. But before that, the members of the other 3 teams had all been killed. After playing around with you all for so long, it's finally over. Ancient god Profound Devil coldly said. The other 5 all stepped forward. The 6 of them stood in a row, and each of their eye bloodlines suddenly surged with origin power. Not good. Zhao Feng grimaced, his heart thumping in his chest. For some reason, the moment he saw this, he couldn't help but recall the scene of the 5 god eye descendants using a secret art to heavily wound true god Tian Fa back in the continent zone. Chapter 1309. I've been playing with you guys for a long time, and now it's finally over. Ancient god Profound Devil coldly said. Originally, the 3 of them planned to have the members of the team meet in the core area and then fight and kill each other, ultimately capturing all the god eye descendants in one fell swoop. But the appearance of the blazing gold race had ruined their plans. Even if the 2 sides were to fight and both sides were heavily injured in the end, the 3 of them would not be able to clean up the mess. That was why the thin woman had left in search of her other companions. Now that the 6 of them had gathered, they no longer had to flee. The other 5 people stepped forward. The 6 of them stood in a row, and each of their eye bloodlines suddenly surged with a shocking amount of origin energy. Not good! Zhao Feng's expression changed abruptly, and his heart skipped a beat. For some reason, the scene of the 5 god eye descendants using a secret technique to severely injure true god Tian Fa appeared in his mind when he saw this scene. However, the others didn't think so. I don't know why you've lured us here, but your plan has failed. What's the use of your current strength? Ancient god Departed Spirit sneered. Ancient god Profound Devil, Ancient god Black Extreme, and the Cold Woman were the leaders of their teams and the ones who had initiated this mission. Now they were walking with another group of people. The god eye descendants naturally understood that this god eye ruin had been a trap from the very start. If the blazing gold race hadn't appeared, the 3 groups in the core area would have probably begun to slaughter each other. But the appearance of the blazing gold race had caused the 3 factions to ally together, ruining their plans. However, the current situation was not good either. They were originally no match for the blazing gold race, but now Ancient god Black Extreme and Ancient god Profound Devil had left. However, Ancient god Profound Devil's team only had 6 people, and the Eye of Destiny had no fighting power. They could be considered the weakest of the 3 factions. However, The mysterious mission initiators were the most arrogant ones present. He had said in front of the blazing gold race that ancient god-giant spirit's death was imminent, and now he was saying that he wanted everything to end. Many members of the blazing gold race were furious, but they were stopped by ancient god-giant spirit and the violet-robed elder. They couldn't defeat everyone here, so they had to be cautious. No matter what you want to do, it's all over now. Ancient god, profound devils, gaze indifferently swept over the crowd, no one in his eyes. The moment he finished speaking, the origin energy of the six god I descendants was activated. Origin energy? What do they want to do? The god I descendants were all shocked. The origin energy was the foundation of the eye, and it was rarely used unless it was absolutely necessary. The blazing gold I descendants were not. The origin energy of six god wasn't enough for them to care. In the crowd, the person with the greatest change in expression was Zhao Feng. God knew it. Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had personally witnessed the power of the god eye fusion art. Even if it was an expert of a higher level, it could be instantly killed. Zhao Feng calmed down. Zhao, origin energy. But a moment later, Zhao Feng's eyes turned grave. The six god eye descendants, led by ancient god profound devil, all began to form spells to control their origin energies and fuse them together. It seems like I underestimated them. Zhao Feng's heart tightened. He remembered that of the 5 god eye descendants in the continent zone, 4 of them had only released their origin energy for sacred king Samsara to control. But now, all 6 of them were controlling their origin energy. This meant that the power of the god eye fusion art would be even more refined and perfect. On the blazing gold race's side, ancient god giant spirit and the violet-robed elder slightly frowned. They felt like something was wrong. Ancient god profound devil's group of 6 was far too confident and calm, and their current actions were also very strange. We can't act recklessly. If we attack ancient god profound devil's team, Zhao Feng's team will definitely work together with them to deal with us. The violet-robed elder messaged the others. But a moment later, ancient god giant spirit growled and transformed into a ball of golden light that shot toward ancient god profound devil's group of 6. It appeared that ancient god profound devil's team wasn't much of a threat to them, but ancient god giant spirit sensed that what they were doing was not simple. If they didn't stop them, something terrifying would happen. Devil shattering heaven flame palm. Ancient god giant spirit fused his physical body and bloodline divine power into a massive mountain of golden flames that rumbled toward ancient god profound devil's team. Go! Ancient god profound devil sensed ancient god giant spirit's movements and used his mind to take out a triangular piece of metal from his interspatial dimension. Ding ding! Crack! The triangular piece of metal was activated, and several complicated patterns appeared on its surface. Following that, rays of dark silver light screens shot out from 3 sides, forming a seamless barrier that enveloped the 6 of them. Bang! Ancient god giant spirit's peerless palm fiercely slammed against the silver curtain of light. However, his all-out attack was actually blocked by the dark silver barrier. Kaboom! The 2 energies fiercely clashed. After a long while, the silver barrier gradually dimmed, but the power of ancient god giant spirit's palm had also completely vanished. Ding ding! The triangular piece of metal fell to the ground. It was obvious that this was a one-time use item. Once it was used up, it would become useless. Everyone present, including ancient god giant spirit, was startled. It could easily block the full-strength attack of a rank 8 ancient god. This could be considered a life-saving trump card. He actually managed to block it. Ancient god giant spirit grimaced, and then he began to circulate his energy in preparation to strike again. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed a power that reigned over all things, a deadly crisis descending on his body. Boom! BZZZ. Above the heads of ancient god, profound devils group of 6 floated a mysterious and distorted energy. This energy was ethereal, as if it didn't exist, but it was able to affect all things in the world, as if it was the ruler of the world. From a distance, one could even make out a faintly discernible eye within this ethereal energy. Whoosh! Ancient god-giant spirit swiftly retreated back to the blazing gold race team. This energy. On the other side, the god-eye descendants all grimaced. Their eyes were fixed on the indistinct ball of energy above ancient god, profound devil's group. How could this be? It's the energy of a god-eye. All the god-eye descendants could clearly sense the supreme god-eye energy that was unique in the world. If they hadn't personally seen this group of 6 use a secret art and display this energy, they would never have believed it. They would even believe that one of these 6 possessed a god-eye, or that they had a god-eye deity backing them. Not good. Retreat for now. Ancient god-giant spirit called out as he took the lead in flying away. This energy was simply too terrifying. It was absolutely capable of posing a lethal threat to him. When he thought back to his previous actions, ancient god, profound devil's group of 6 would never let the blazing gold race go. Let's go! The other members of the blazing gold race saw that ancient god, profound devil was leaving and immediately followed. On the other side, Zhao Feng was also thinking about retreating. Today, not a single person will be able to escape. The indistinct ancient god, profound devil, coldly laughed. Seal! The 6 of them began to form spells, as if sensing the indistinct energy above them. Suddenly, an indistinct barrier of light erupted from the indistinct energy and spread out in every direction. In a flash, this barrier of light engulfed the entire central hall. A domain! Ancient god-giant spirit, who was just about to escape, sensed the domain energy in front of him. He immediately circulated his energy, fused it with space intent, and punched. Boom! Bang! The fiery fist was intercepted when it reached the boundary of the void. Even more bizarre was that the power of the fist gradually weakened. Less than 2 seconds later, the sun-like fiery light was reduced to a tiny firefly and eventually vanished. This is... On the other side, Zhao Feng's expression turned grim. Ancient god-giant spirit's fist did no damage to the domain. It was as if its energy had been absorbed. If this was the case, not even he would be able to escape. They were also using the god-eye fusion art, but the secret art used by ancient god, profound devil's group of 6 was clearly of a higher level. Furthermore, the 6 of them were all capable of controlling that power. Thus, the abilities that they were capable of unleashing were also extremely varied. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Ancient god Black, extreme, coldly laughed. You intruded on our territory without our permission. Your only fate is death. Ancient god, profound devils, gaze fell on the blazing gold race group. Buzz, BZZZ. As they formed spells, the indistinct energy above their heads seemed to respond and began to beat like a heart. Suddenly, an indistinct chain shot out. The front of this chain had a sharp awl. The ish! The chain shot toward the blazing gold race member, ancient god giant spirit. Damn! Ancient god giant spirit's face was ashen as he took out a square golden shield. Clink-clang! The awl at the front of the chain pierced straight into the golden square shield. How could this be? That's a high-quality divine artifact. Ancient god giant spirit began to panic. He couldn't sense just what kind of energy the chain contained. However, this power gave him a sense of deadly danger. It easily pierced through his high-quality defensive god artifact. Although this was only a low-quality, high-quality divine artifact, it was still a high-quality divine artifact. Swish! A few moments later, the chain pierced through the golden shield. But before this happened, ancient god giant spirit had already dodged. The chain passed through the spot where his body had vanished. Swoosh! A member of the blazing gold race in the back was pierced by the chain. Bang! The moment his body was pierced through, it exploded. The golden soul within his body was also pulled in by the chain. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. In the end, his soul gradually dimmed and vanished. An instant kill in one blow. There was no doubt about it. Everyone had witnessed the entire process. Their bodies were frozen in place, like petrified statues in an ice house. A rank 8 ancient god had to flee, a high-quality divine artifact had been broken, and a rank 7 ancient god had been instantly killed. Just what sort of power was this? Chapter 1310. He actually dodged it. Ancient god, profound devil's calm voice broke the silence. Just what kind of energy was that? The violet-robed elder of the blazing gold race team said in a trembling voice. It killed a rank 7 ancient god without even being able to struggle, instantly obliterating even his soul. Anyone else who was pierced by that indistinct chain would probably suffer the same fate. Nearby, ancient god giant spirit's face was ghastly pale, his heart still palpitating in fear. Even though he was a rank 8 ancient god, if he hadn't dodged just now, he would probably have been instantly killed just like that person. Zhao Feng's expression chilled. Back in the continent zone, Sacred King Samsara's secret art was only used once before consuming all its energy, making it extremely powerful and extremely difficult to dodge. The secret art used by these 6 didn't seem to consume much energy after being used once and could be used again. However, the power and performance of the attack were all weakened. How could this be? How could they be so strong? Ancient god Departed Spirit was stunned. He had previously said that Ancient God, Profound Devil's Group, wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, Ancient God, Profound Devil's Group of 6 had displayed a mysterious energy that was imbued with the energy of a god eye that instantly killed a rank 7 ancient god. Next time you won't be so lucky. Ancient God, Profound Devil coldly snorted. At the same time, Ancient God Black Extreme began to form a spell. Another chain extended from the ball of void energy above their heads. It was exactly the same as the first chain. Oh no! Ancient God Giant Spirit grimaced. This time he seemed to still be the target, and there was an extra chain, making it even harder for him to dodge. Everyone, they've already sealed off this place. If we don't get rid of them, we'll all die here. Ancient God Giant Spirit worriedly suggested to the God-Eye descendants on Zhao Feng's side that they work together. That's all we can do right now. Ancient God Departed Spirit's expression darkened. From the very start, Ancient God Profound Devil's target had been the God-Eye descendants. Although Ancient God Profound Devil's Group of 6 was dealing with the Blazing Gold Race group, they would never let them go. We have to undo their secret art. The green-robed old man's eyes flickered. The secret art used by Ancient God Profound Devil's Group of 6 possessed the power to annihilate all. Even Ancient God Giant Spirit feared it. But once their secret art was broken, the 6 of them would just be ordinary rank 7 ancient gods. Whether it was the Blazing Gold Race or the temporary alliance of the azure-robed elder, Ancient God Departed Spirit, and Zhao Feng, all of them could deal with them. In addition, the azure-robed elder was extremely interested in the secret art of Ancient God Profound Devil's Group of 6. Zhao Feng didn't avoid allying with the Blazing Gold Race. After all, the most important thing right now was to leave alive. Zhao Feng sensed that he was one of the main targets of Ancient God Profound Devil's Group of 6, so he urgently wanted to eliminate this threat. Gradually, the Blazing Gold Race and Zhao Feng's group began to move toward the center. Useless. Ancient God Profound Devil had an indifferent expression as if he didn't care. Ding ding. 2 chains shot out from within the void energy. Seeing these 2 chains that were like poisonous snakes of death, everyone's hearts couldn't help but turn cold. Dodge. The azure-robed elder called out in alarm. If one was hit by the void chain, one would definitely die. The chain's target is me. Use this chance to attack them and break their secret art. Ancient god giant spirit bellowed as he used a secret speed skill, transforming into a golden streak of light and flying away. Okay. The god eye descendants charged at ancient god profound devil's group of 6. The other members of the blazing gold race did their utmost to attack the chains so that they could obstruct them and give ancient god giant spirit a chance to dodge. There's finally something to do. The other 3 god eye descendants in ancient god profound devil's group all began to form spells to sense the void energy above them. BZZZZ. The eyeball-like, distorted power immediately spread out a curtain of nothingness that enveloped the 6 of them. Death light wave. Destruction light. The owners of the Eye of Death and Destruction in Zhao Feng's group circulated their eye intent and used their powerful eye bloodline techniques. A layer of dark black light wave and a dazzling golden ray of light instantly descended on the illusory light screen. But the scene they imagined did not appear. The powerful attacks of the 2 god eye descendants landed on the barrier of light, but they only caused a ripple to appear. Swish! Destruction and death energies attacked the screen with all their might, attempting to break it. But in the end, these 2 energies were completely exhausted, and their attacks had no effect. How could this be? Even death intent and destruction intent are useless? The azure-robed elder was stunned. Death and destruction were 2 of the most powerful intent energies. However, their attacks did not cause any damage to the illusory light screen at all. Let me try. Lin Qingwu's body flickered as he activated his Eye of Spacetime. Extreme Space Blade. A gold and silver blade condensed in front of his eye. The golden silver blade suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was in front of the screen. Even space intent is useless. Lin Qingwu was alarmed. Just now, he wanted to use his space-time eye bloodline technique to pierce through the screen and attack one of the people within. But when his extreme space blade approached the screen, it was forced to reveal itself. Swoosh! Swish! The piercing golden-silver blade collided with the screen, but in the end it ran out of energy and slowly faded away. Earth-shaking nova! Zhao Feng also used a few eye bloodline techniques, but they were all stopped by the screen. On the other side, ancient god giant spirit was powerful and had many tricks up his sleeves. Coupled with the help of the other members of the blazing gold race, the 2 chains were unable to take his life. As ancient god giant spirit fled, he would occasionally observe the progress of Zhao Feng's side. How could this be? Not even the intent energy of a god eye descendant can break through their secret defense? Ancient god giant spirit's face was ashen. Ancient god profound devil's group of 6 could be said to have the strongest spear and shield. Ancient god profound devil, don't save any more energy. Just kill that rank 8 true god, and the rest will be easy to deal with. The slim woman's eye of destiny scanned the battlefield as she spoke. Okay. Ancient god profound devil's expression darkened, his eyes exploding with cold light. Suddenly, the 2 chains shrunk back to their original position. What's going on? Ancient god giant spirit was taken aback as he solemnly stared at ancient god profound devil's group of 6. This was a clear indication that their opponents would not so easily stop. Not good. They're going to change their method of attack. Zhao Feng's heart sank. He was keenly aware of the true power of this secret art. Buzz. BZZZ. At this moment, the indistinct ball of energy began to twist and exude a mysterious luster. This faint luster faintly outlined an indistinct eye. Not good. Ancient god giant spirit's body trembled. As this eye of void stared at him, he felt like his flesh, divine power, and soul had all given up on resisting and directly submitted. At this moment, ancient god giant spirit truly sensed an unprecedented danger of death, and his soul began to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, the Eye of Void exploded with light, and then a ball of indistinct energy shot out. No, I don't want to die. Ancient god giant spirit's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of fear and despair on their faces. He could clearly sense that no matter where he ran, he would not be able to avoid this attack. But ancient god giant spirit did not want to just die like this. He burned his origin divine power, transforming into a golden sun as he prepared to flee in another direction. But just when he was about to move, that ethereal, mysterious, all-dominating power descended right in front of him. No! Bang! Apocalyptic explosions swallowed up ancient god giant spirit screams. Several spatial cracks appeared in the center of the explosion, tearing at everything around them. In the end, when the destructive storm stopped, nothing was left in that area. Ancient god giant spirit had been instantly killed. Ancient god giant spirit! This is impossible. After a few moments of shock, all the members of the Blazing Gold race began to cry out in alarm. The leader of their team, the strongest ancient god giant spirit, had been instantly slain by his foe. What sort of energy is this? The God-Eye descendants around Xiaofeng were also stunned, swallowing their saliva in shock. Even if I'm a samsara immortal body, I can't escape death. The beautiful girl couldn't help but tremble. She had never feared death before, but for the first time, she felt the terror of death. That's how it should be. If we don't show them what we're made of, they'll think that they're so amazing. Ancient God Black Extreme sneered. That move just now was too powerful. It almost destroyed all the precious research results here. Let's take them away first. The slim woman calmly said. The attack that killed ancient god giant spirit had already destroyed a nearby machine and almost destroyed the octagonal device in the center. The rest of them nodded in agreement. Their primary mission this time was to take away the research results and data from these ruins. Capturing the God-Eye descendants was just a side mission. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 of them took out various strange tools and activated them. A moment later, the many devices in the central hall began to react and operate. Ding ding, crack. Many of the devices began to shrink and move in front of the 6. They can actually control the devices of the Heavens Legacy race? How could this be? Could they be members of the Heavens Legacy race? Everyone stared in shock at this sight. However, ancient god Profound Devil's group of 6 had already forgotten about the others and were focused on their own tasks. It didn't take long before the central hall became rather empty, leaving only the octagonal device in the center. We can't operate this device. Take away the research results and the data inside. Ancient God Profound Devil straightforwardly said, and then he tried to operate the device. Several strange sounds could be heard. The transparent crystals holding the eyes of the 8 God-Eye descendants detached from the octagonal device. Eyes close to the quasi-God-Eye, ancient God departed spirit was startled. If he could obtain a pair of eyes of death that were close to the quasi-God-Eye level, his eye of death might be able to absorb the energy within them and undergo an enormous transformation. Evolving it to the quasi-god eye level was not impossible. But at this moment, he didn't dare to do anything. The other god-eye descendants also deeply desired those 8 pairs of eyes, but none of them dared to do anything. But at this moment, a dark silver light flashed in front of one of the entrances to the central hall. Dish! In an instant, the streak of light arrived above a transparent crystal, and the little thieving cat's slender body was revealed. Not good. It's a Heaven's Legacy cat. Ancient God, Profound Devil immediately called out. Is it really a Heaven's Legacy cat? An ancient God, Profound Devil's team, the Eye of Divine Punishment that arrived later, was stunned. Chapter 1311. At this moment, Everyone's eyes were focused on the little thieving cat. Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of Six was stunned to encounter a real Heaven's legacy cat here. Everyone else was shocked. That thieving cat was so reckless as to dare encroach on the bloodlines of 8 God-Eye descendants. But when they saw the expressions on the faces of Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of Six, they couldn't help but be surprised and confused. From their appearance, this cat seemed to be extremely extraordinary. It seemed to be on the same level as the 8 pairs of God-Eye descendants. Little thieving cat! Zhao Feng was shocked. Outsiders could not carelessly touch the equipment of the Heaven's legacy race, as there would inevitably be traps. In addition, the 8 pairs of God-Eye descendant eyes were the primary target of Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of Six. If the little thieving cat jumped onto them, it would definitely infuriate them. But in the next instant, the little thieving cat's actions once more stunned everyone, including Zhao Feng. The little thieving cat opened its mouth wide and swallowed a translucent crystal under its paw. Not good. The Heaven's legacy cat has swallowed the research results. Ancient God, profound Devil grimaced. As expected of a Heaven's legacy cat, even swallowing an important instrument of the Heaven's legacy race was not affected at all. The Eye of Divine Punishment in Ancient God, profound Devil's team sighed in surprise. Why is this cat so powerful? Lin Chengguo, who had seen the little thieving cat before, paused. However, it's really courting death. I don't know what its master is thinking. The yellow-clothed youth of the life sacred land sneered. In his view, the little thieving cat's actions were definitely ordered by Zhao Feng. However, the little thieving cat had angered Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of Six, so it was certain to be their next target. Anyone who faced that mysterious power would die, and the little thieving cat was no exception. Xiao! The little thieving cat swallowed one of the transparent crystals that contained an eye bloodline and then quickly left. Catch it! Ancient God, profound Devil immediately called out. There's no need for you to say anything. This is a Heaven's legacy cat, so we naturally can't let it go. Ancient God Black Extreme's eyes flashed. The others also stared at the little thieving cat, determined to obtain it. Buzz! The 6 of them formed hand seals at the same time, causing the power of the Eye of Nothingness above their heads to twist and crackle. Suddenly, 3 illusory belts of light extended from within. Xiao! 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 The instant the ribbon of light appeared, it shot toward the little thieving cat with lightning speed. However, after the little thieving cat's transformation, its movement technique had reached perfection. Even Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye could only barely catch its movements. Xiao! The little thieving cat turned into a streak of dark silver light and disappeared. But Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of 6 somehow managed to track the little thieving cat's escape route. They controlled the 3 belts of light to change directions and surround the little thieving cat from 3 different directions. Everyone, this is an opportunity. Ancient God departed spirit's eyes darkened as he messaged the others. Needless to say, everyone immediately understood. At this moment, the majority of Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of 6 was focused on the little thieving cat. This was the perfect opportunity for their counterattack. So. The God-Eye descendants and the blazing gold race charged forward. Death Spear! Extreme Space Blade! Blazing Fire God Fist! For a moment, both sides unleashed powerful attacks on Ancient God, profound Devil's Group of 6. I knew that you would do this. If not for the appearance of the Heaven's legacy cat, you wouldn't even have a chance to jump around. Ancient God Black Extreme sneered. Other than the 3 controlling the belts of light, the other 3 immediately summoned their own energy to form a defensive barrier. Although there were many attackers, they were extremely confident in the power produced by the God-Eye fusion art. Unless it was a certain level of energy, it would be useless. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the attacks landed on the barrier, but they were still unable to shake it in the slightest. Just what kind of energy is this? It can actually stop the all-out attacks of so many people. After his shock, ancient god departed spirit grimaced. The others were also infuriated. The strength of this energy had already defied common sense. It seems like these 6 people often cultivate this secret art. Otherwise, how could they use the power of the God-Eye fusion art with such familiarity and precision? Zhao Feng was rather stunned. Moreover, these people were skilled in mechanisms and arrays, and they could even use the machines of the Heaven's legacy race. In Zhao Feng's view, these people belonged to some faction. Continue the attack. This energy can't be used limitlessly. Lin Chungu called out. This statement was immediately agreed upon by the others present. If they did nothing, it would be the same as waiting for death. Moreover, Lin Qingwu's words were absolutely correct. This energy could not be limitless. Otherwise, Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 6 would not have instantly killed Ancient God Giant Spirit right from the start. Boom! Bang! Crash! The God-Eye descendants and Blazing Gold race once more roused themselves and began to use powerful combat skills to bombard the barrier. Damn, these people! Ancient God Black Extreme clenched his teeth and grunted. The God-Eye fusion art extracted the origin energy from the eyes of the 6 of them. The more origin energy they consumed, the more damage they would do to their eye bloodlines. If they used up all their origin energy in one go, they would deal a destructive blow to their eye bloodlines, and there was even a chance that they would lose their eye bloodlines. The silent replies of Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 6 made both sides even more certain of this point. For the sake of their own lives, all of them worked together and madly attacked. However, some people also began to notice the little thieving cat. After all, it was the little thieving cat that gave them the opportunity to attack Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 6. Swish! The little thieving cat was like a dark silver streak of light as it flew through the central hall. Behind it, 3 streaks of light seemed to follow the little thieving cat as if they had a tracking system. Boom! Bang! Every time the 3 beams of light missed, they would strike the surrounding buildings of the palace, leaving behind a sharp gash. One had to realize that even a rank 7 ancient god would find it rather difficult to damage these buildings. That cat's so formidable. It still hasn't been caught. These 3 ribbons of light are even faster than the chain attacks. Back then, Ancient God Giant Spirit was almost struck, but this little thieving cat can rely on itself to contend with these 3 ribbons of light. As they attacked, they couldn't help but observe the little thieving cat's situation. Those who knew that the little thieving cat was Zhao Feng's pet were all the more envious. How wonderful would it be if they could use such a powerful pet? Meow. As if it had heard everyone's praise, the little thieving cat gave them a smug grin as it fled. It seemed to be quite pleased with itself. Everyone was instantly amused by the little thieving cat's actions. But a moment later, their faces suddenly grimaced as if they had been struck by lightning, and their bodies went stiff. The little thieving cat's movements had slowed down a little. The 3 belts of light suddenly sped up and wrapped around the little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat struggled for its life in the belts of light, but it couldn't escape. However, the 3 belts of light only seemed to be restraining the little thieving cat, not harming it. Not good. That cat. All of them couldn't help but feel regret. They shouldn't have affected the little thieving cat. That thieving cat? Only Zhao Feng revealed a look of confusion after his initial shock. In his view, the little thieving cat would never make this sort of mistake. It seemed more like it was intentionally getting caught. The Heaven's legacy cat. We've finally caught it. Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 6 were extremely excited. Swish! They controlled the belts of light to pull the little thieving cat over. Meow! The little thieving cat meowed pitifully and suddenly opened its mouth. At the same time, Zhao Feng began to rush over. It's no use. Ancient God, profound devil faintly chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Feng. Besides the research results and data and the Heaven's legacy cat, Zhao Feng was also one of the more important targets. After all, he wasn't a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes, but he had a quasi-god eye. This was far too strange. Moreover, the abilities of Zhao Feng's eyes were no weaker than those of a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. At this moment, as long as Zhao Feng went to save the little thieving cat, he would immediately take control of one of the belts of light and bind Zhao Feng as well. However, once Zhao Feng got a certain distance from the little thieving cat, he stopped. At this moment, several objects flew out of the little thieving cat's mouth. There was a test tube as thick as an arm that contained an unknown ancient bloodline. There was also an extremely small test tube that seemed to contain a special medicine. There were also a few other objects that had been gathered from the core area. These are all treasures that we can't get from the core area. Heavens! This thieving cat, when did it steal all of this? The God-Eye descendants and Blazing Gold race were all stunned. They all understood that these precious objects were almost always protected. If an outsider touched them, a trap would be activated. But the little thieving cat had managed to steal all of these things without anyone noticing. Just how had it done this? At this moment, even ancient god Profound Devil's Group of 6 was infuriated. These were all important resources of the core area. That's Lin Qingwu's eyes flashed as he focused on one of the objects. This was a translucent crystal, and within it was a pair of eyes that were close to the quasi-god eye level. The other god eye descendants were immediately attracted by this object, but it was already too late for them to take it. The moment the little thieving cat spat out these objects, Zhao Feng put them all into his interspatial dimension. After doing all this, the little thieving cat was dragged to the side of ancient god Profound Devil's Group. The 3 belts of light immediately transformed into a layer of liquid that covered the little thieving cat's body and completely imprisoned it. The Heaven's legacy cat has been captured. Ancient god Profound Devil growled as he put the little thieving cat into his special interspatial dimension. There's still quite a bit of energy left. It should be enough to finish off all of you. A sinister and savage smile appeared on ancient god Black Extreme's cold and sinister face. The God Eye descendants and Blazing Gold race members once more felt a threat of death, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 1312. There's still quite a bit of energy left. It's enough to finish off all of you. A sinister and savage smile appeared on ancient god Black Extreme's cold and sinister face. At this point, the rank 8 ancient god giant spirit had been killed, and the mysterious and powerful little thieving cat had been captured. And from his tone, it was clear that he would not let any of them go. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Before the little thieving cat was completely imprisoned by ancient god Profound Devil's Group of 6, he had received a message from the little thieving cat telling him not to worry. But at this moment, Zhao Feng had to worry about how he was going to escape. Capture the god Eye descendants. Kill the rest. Ancient god Profound Devil called out. The 6 of them began to form spells to control the indistinct energy above their heads. Buzz. BZZZ. 3 belts of light and 3 chains extended from the 2 sides of the energy. Capture the God Eye descendants. The God Eye descendants all grimaced. At this moment, they finally realized that ancient god Profound Devil's Group had brought them to these ruins to capture them alive. As for what their ultimate goal was, they had no idea, but it was certainly nothing good. Kill without mercy. The Blazing Gold race members trembled, their eyes brimming with fear. Swish, 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 the 3 chains and 3 belts of light extended from the indistinct energy toward the Blazing Gold race members and the God Eye descendants. Run! A man targeted by one of the chains of the Blazing Gold race cried out in alarm and began to flee. No, hurry and think of something. Lin Chenggu bellowed as he blinked away to avoid one of the belts of light. If they just dodged, they would definitely be annihilated by ancient god Profound Devil's group of 6. But no one present could do what ancient god Giant Spirit or the little thieving cat could do and stall for time with ancient god Profound Devil's group of 6. The ish! A belt of indistinct light swept toward Zhao Feng from an extremely tricky angle. Zhao Feng sensed it and used spatial blink to dodge. But by the time he appeared the next location, the belt of light had already reached him. Zhao Feng, obediently surrender and come with us along with your pet. Ancient God Black Extreme savagely laughed. It turned out that the one controlling the belt of light to capture Zhao Feng was Ancient God Black Extreme. I didn't hand you over to the blazing gold race just now because you are one of our main targets. We can't let you die so easily. Ancient God Black Extreme added. Why do you want to capture me? I am not a god descendant. Zhao Feng asked. Zhao Feng could think of a few reasons why they wanted to capture a god descendant, but why they wanted to capture him. You're not a god descendant, but you managed to cultivate your eye to the quasi-god level, and you're also the master of the heavens legacy cat. Your value is no less than that of a god descendant. Ancient God Black Extreme seemed determined to win and did not mind divulging this information. What? Quasi-god eye? The other god descendants were all stunned. This is impossible. Lin Chenggu and the beautiful young woman shook their heads, disbelief written all over their faces. Zhao Feng was far too young, and he wasn't even a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. So how did he manage to cultivate an ordinary eye bloodline to the quasi-god eye level? In addition, they had been in the same team as Zhao Feng, but they hadn't sensed the level of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline at all. An eye at the quasi-god eye level. Zhao Feng's expression froze for a moment. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that in the continent zone, when Sacred King Samsara's group of 5 used the god eye fusion art, the sudden involvement of his god's spiritual eye had caused a major change. Perhaps at this moment, his god's spiritual eye could do something. Swish! The seal around the dreamy silver ball in Zhao Feng's god eye dimension was torn apart. At the same time, Zhao Feng's eye suddenly brightened, flowing with light. His hair regained its dreamy silver luster and began to dance in the air like water. He sealed the power of his eye. Lin Chenggu was stunned. Previously, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline abilities were on par with his, so he had never imagined that Zhao Feng had sealed away a portion of his eye bloodline's abilities. Is it really a quasi-god eye? The other god eye descendants focused on Zhao Feng's left eye, as did ancient god Profound Devil's group of 6. Perhaps they had seen someone who had reached the quasi-god eye level before, but they had never seen an eye bloodline that had reached the quasi-god eye level. At this moment, on the other side, in a moment of carelessness, a god eye descendant was entangled by a band of light. The indistinct band of light transformed into a layer of liquid that covered the god eye descendant's entire body. The god eye descendant was instantly immobilized as he was dragged back. Damn! The azure-robed elder cursed. The moment they relaxed, they would be entangled by the mysterious band of light, unable to escape. Compared to the god eye descendants, the blazing gold race had already lost 2 members. Zhao Feng, just give up. At a time like this, even if you use the true power of your eye, what use will it be? Ancient God Black Extreme jeered. Dish! Although he was speaking, Ancient God Black Extreme never relaxed. He continued to control the band of light in an attempt to restrain Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's movement technique was extremely brilliant. The band of light he was controlling was not enough to catch up to Zhao Feng. Perhaps it will work. Zhao Feng muttered. He was just trying. Even if it didn't work, he wouldn't lose anything. Ignorant. Ancient God Black Extreme coldly laughed. In all their years of cultivation, the God-Eye fusion art they used together had never been defeated by any power, unless it was an expert far stronger than them. "Lend me your strength." Ancient God Black Extreme said to one of his Eye of Space-Time companions. Ancient God Black Extreme immediately sensed a profound space-time intent surging out from the band of light he was controlling. "Haha, let's see where you can run this time." Ancient God Black Extreme's eyes focused. Dish! The band of light sped up and fused into the void, piercing through it and arriving in front of Zhao Feng. "That brat Zhao Feng is finished." The yellow-clothed youth from the life-sacred land whispered. The enemy was only using 3 bands of light to capture the God-Eye descendants, and he was the one they had temporarily neglected. The band of light was just about to wrap around Zhao Feng's body. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye finished preparing an eye bloodline technique. Origin Eye Flame. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the band of light, and a dreamy purple flame began to revolve around it. "Haha, how foolish! Your strength is useless." Ancient God Black Extreme found Zhao Feng's actions to be laughable and foolish. But a moment later he froze, his face frozen. Kakrak! A dreamy purple lightning flame exploded on the band of light in front of Zhao Feng. In a flash, the band of light twisted and swelled, ultimately transforming into several powerful intent energies that dissipated into the world. It really was useful. Zhao Feng's eyes brightened. He knew that ordinary attacks would have no effect on that mysterious power. Thus, after undoing the seal, Zhao Feng used a portion of his origin energy and fused it into his eye bloodline technique. Back in the continent zone, when the origin energy of his god's spiritual eye appeared, it instantly suppressed the origin energy of the other God-Eye descendants and became the leader of that powerful energy. This time, the eye bloodline technique fused with the origin energy of the god's spiritual eye was clearly effective against this mysterious energy. How could this be? Ancient God Black Extreme blurted out in shock. How could the energy they created through the God-Eye fusion art be destroyed? The energy of a God-Eye. Ancient God, Profound Devil, and the others were also flabbergasted. This was truly the first time they had seen something like this. Moreover, the energy Zhao Feng displayed just now had the same energy as the indistinct energy above their heads. On the other side, the God-Eye descendants and Blazing Gold race members were elated to see that Zhao Feng's attack was effective against that indistinct energy. They believed that their hopes had been dashed, but at this crucial moment, a glimmer of hope appeared. Zhao Feng, your eye bloodline is actually effective against their secret art. Zhao Feng, hurry and help us. Many people immediately began to plead for help from Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was their last hope for survival. Kakrak! Zhao Feng slightly leaned to the side and unleashed an eye bloodline technique. Nearby, the beautiful woman who had almost been wrapped up in the band of light used this chance to escape. In truth, Zhao Feng wasn't even willing to save these people. After all, there was no benefit in doing so, and they might even leak out his secrets. For example, the matter of the Heaven's legacy cat, the precious treasure the little thieving cat had given to Zhao Feng before it was captured, and the secret of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, but getting out alive was the most important thing. So Zhao Feng decided to save these people to increase the fighting power of his side. Thank you. The beautiful woman immediately approached Zhao Feng to ensure her safety. This time, everyone saw with their own eyes that Zhao Feng had destroyed that indistinct energy. God-Eye energy. The God-Eye descendants were all stunned and their expressions darkened. In the great danger they were in, and the situation was chaotic, they hadn't noticed this. But this time, everyone was staring at Zhao Feng, so they could clearly sense the God-Eye energy exuded by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. But no matter how dissatisfied they were with Zhao Feng or how much they coveted the treasures in Zhao Feng's hands, or how curious they were about Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. But now they needed to rely on Zhao Feng's strength to survive. Gradually, the others began to gather around Zhao Feng. But now, the God Eye descendants only had 5 people left, while the Blazing Gold race still had 4. Change the plan. Capture Zhao Feng first. Ancient God Profound Devil's face was ashen as he stared at Zhao Feng, his eyes cold and harsh. The others immediately nodded. They had never expected such an unforeseen event to occur in this mission. But even so, they would not fail, nor would they allow themselves to fail. The 2 indistinct bands of light that Zhao Feng had destroyed began to regrow. Moreover, these 3 bands of light began to rapidly attack Zhao Feng from 3 different directions. Chapter 13:13. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 had given up on capturing the other God Eye descendants and focused on capturing Zhao Feng. 3 belts of light swept toward Zhao Feng from 3 different directions. Not good. They're planning to capture Zhao Feng first. The others instantly panicked at this sight. Zhao Feng was their only hope of survival. Once Zhao Feng was captured, they would once more be pushed back into desperate straits. Up until now, the only one capable of dodging the pursuit of 3 belts of light was the extremely mysterious thieving cat that ancient God Profound Devil had called the Heaven's Legacy Cat. Not even Lin Qingguo, who was skilled in space-time intent, dared to face those 3 belts of light. Thus, none of them could imagine how Zhao Feng could escape the pursuit of those 3 belts of light. We have to protect him. Ancient God Departed Spirit squeezed out these words. Although they were extremely unwilling, they had to do this. That's right. The rest of them nodded in agreement. Zhao Feng was their only hope in dealing with Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Ancient God Gilded Gold had a complicated expression. The strongest member of the Blazing Gold race had been killed, and many of the other members had also been slaughtered. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on the spiritual race's Zhao Feng. But while Ancient God Profound Devil's group was trying to capture Zhao Feng, clink clang, 3 illusory chains shot toward the crowd. Oh no! The remaining 4 members of the Blazing Gold race grimaced. But at this moment, they no longer had any hopes that Zhao Feng would save them. They could only rely on themselves. The God Eye descendants also ignored the Blazing Gold race. Death Light Wave, Destruction Light, Extreme Space Blade. All of them fiercely attacked the 3 belts of light that were wrapping around Zhao Feng. As long as they could delay them for a few moments, they could create a chance for Zhao Feng to escape. Swish! A spatial blur appeared around Zhao Feng, and then he blinked away. With the help of these people, I can directly attack Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6. Zhao Feng turned his gaze to Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6. Buzz! His left eye surged with intent and flashed with a dreamy ball of light. At this moment, Zhao Feng was like a huge star, emitting a terrifying aura. Earth-shaking explosion. Zhao Feng growled as a chaotic ball of dreamy light shot out of his left eye. Shoo! The moment the ball of light appeared, it flickered and disappeared. A moment later, it descended upon the defensive barrier in front of Ancient God Profound Devil's group. What a powerful eye technique! Ancient God Black Extreme's expression darkened. Normally, he wouldn't have been so worried because no attack, no matter how powerful, would be able to overcome the power produced by the God Eye fusion. But Zhao Feng was different. His attacks could neutralize the energy of Ancient God Profound Devil's group. And if such a powerful attack was effective, its power would be extraordinary. But at this moment, the 6 of them were controlling the belts of light and chains to capture Zhao Feng and kill the others. They could no longer afford to do anything else. Boom! Bang! Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 suddenly felt a blinding light, so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, a shockwave that pierced through both the physical and the soul slammed into their bodies. It actually broke through the defensive barrier. Ancient God, profound devil's expression was extremely gloomy. Just what sort of energy is this? It can actually counter the combined origin energy of the six of us. His companion on the other side was still somewhat unwilling to believe what was happening. The slim woman with the eye of destiny hid behind them, her eyes closed. She had once used the eye of destiny on Zhao Feng, but not only did she not see anything, she even suffered a powerful backlash. She did not dare to use it again. In addition, even if the situation developed like this, they would not lose. Okay. The God-Eye descendants with Zhao Feng were all stunned and excited. They had worked together twice before, but none of them had been able to harm ancient God profound devil's group of six. But now, Zhao Feng had broken through their defenses and even wounded them. Swish! Swish! Zhao Feng's body flickered away, and with the help of the many God-Eye descendants, he safely escaped the pursuit of the 3 belts of light. But at this moment, an explosion came from the other side. Rumble! Ancient God Gilded Gold's chest was pierced by a chain, and then his blazing body exploded. Zhao Feng, all of you will die here. Ancient God Gilded Gold's soul could not escape, and as it continued to wither away in pain, it cursed Zhao Feng and the others. As it turned out, the God-Eye descendants were only helping Zhao Feng. The remaining 4 members of the Blazing Gold race were pursued by the chains and killed one by one. At this moment, all the members of the Blazing Gold race were dead. Zhao Feng, you've lost. Ancient God Black Extreme stared at Zhao Feng and sneered. Buzz! BZZZ! The 3 chains next to the group slowly transformed into 3 belts of light. Everyone that needed to be killed had been killed, so all they needed to do now was carry out the capture plan. Not good. We're in danger. Damn. Why didn't these Blazing Gold race trash last a little longer? The other God-Eye descendants immediately cursed. Now that the Blazing Gold race was all dead, Ancient God Profound Devil's group would be able to focus on dealing with them. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the 6 ribbons of light extending from the illusory ball of light. But in reality, Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 was also in an extremely bad situation. Their secret art had lasted for too long. Even though they had extremely precise and conservative control over that mysterious energy, it was starting to run out. If this continues, we won't have enough strength to capture the other God-Eye descendants. The slim woman called out. The others all had gloomy expressions. They had never imagined that this mission would be so difficult. Then we'll just capture Zhao Feng and kill the rest. Ancient God Profound Devil had a vicious look on his face. Although the mission was to capture a God-Eye descendant, as long as they didn't self-destruct, they would still be valuable even if they died. Okay. The other 5 agreed with Ancient God Profound Devil's plan. Buzz! BZZZ! The 6 of them formed spells, controlling the 6 belts of light to wrap around Zhao Feng. What? They're only going to capture Zhao Feng? The God-Eye descendants were stunned. They originally believed that once the Blazing Gold race member was killed, Ancient God Profound Devil's group would use their absolute advantage to capture the remaining 5 in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Ancient God Profound Devil's group was only focused on Zhao Feng, ignoring the others. Even so, they had nothing to be happy about. It's over. Zhao Feng definitely won't be able to escape this time. The beautiful girl had a pained look on her face. If Zhao Feng was captured, they would be next. But at this moment, a dark silver robe suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's body. The silver and profound patterns on the robe glimmered as the robe was torn apart. Swish! Swish! With the space-time robe on, Zhao Feng could blink away with a thought. Moreover, he could blink away at such a fast speed that bystanders wouldn't even be able to react. At this moment, his figure seemed to be everywhere in the central hall. The space-time robe. Lin Qingwu's eyes went so wide that they almost fell out of their sockets. As an Eye of Space-Time descendant, he naturally knew of the supreme quality supportive divine artifact that was the space-time robe. It not only had its own dimension that could increase cultivation time, but it could also increase the level of the user's space-time intent and increase the power of space-time intent combat skills. Besides that, the space-time robe itself also had a few abilities that could be directly used, such as spatial blink and spatial barrier. This kid actually has the space-time robe. Everyone present cast envious gazes at Xiao Feng's supreme quality divine artifact. The space-time robe combined support, defense, and escape. It was extremely famous amongst supreme quality divine artifacts. We can't let him go. Ancient God, Profound Devil immediately called out. Xiao Feng had far too many treasures on him. Some of them had to be handed over, but he could keep the space-time robe for himself. The other 5 immediately nodded and began to control the belts of light to surround Xiao Feng. Boom! Bang! Crash! Xiao Feng's figure could be seen everywhere in the central hall, as well as the furious trails of the belts of light. The central hall of this core area had long ago been destroyed beyond recognition. If not for the space-time robe, I would have already been captured. Xiao Feng muttered to himself in alarm. But even with the space-time robe, he still had to be extremely careful. The slightest carelessness would allow his opponent to find an opening. As he fled, Xiao Feng didn't even have a chance to use an eye bloodline technique. All of you, hurry and attack! Xiao Feng simply messaged the other God Eye descendants. At this moment, the only ones left were Ancient God Departed Spirit, Lin Qingwu, the beautiful girl, and the azure-robed elder. Okay. The others reacted and nodded their heads. This is an excellent chance. Kill them. Ancient God Departed Spirit's eyes seethed with killing intent. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 was focused on dealing with Xiao Feng, and they didn't have the protection of the barrier. The 6 of them probably didn't have much strength left. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 God Eye descendants charged at Ancient God Profound Devil's group. Their eyes rippled with eye intent as they prepared to unleash their strongest attacks on Ancient God Profound Devil's group. Ignorant. Ancient God Profound Devil's expression darkened as he glanced at the 4 and disdainfully said, "We won't lose." The others coldly muttered. All of them had absolute confidence in themselves, still pretending in the face of death. Ancient God Departed Spirit coldly snorted. Although Ancient God Profound Devil still had 6 people, using secret arts consumed too much energy. Once they stopped, they would have little fighting power. But a moment later, a weak spatial ripple appeared next to Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6. Then, 6 ice-cold black figures suddenly appeared. Their eyes were suffused with red light, their bodies were covered in black steel armor, and their massive black swords exuded an astonishing pressure. These are Heaven's legacy puppets. Ancient God Departed Spirit called out in alarm. How could this be? They still had this kind of trump card. Lin Qingwu's expression changed abruptly, becoming incomparably terrified. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 each had a Heaven's legacy race automaton, and the majority of these automatons exuded the pressure of a rank 7 Ancient God. However, the 2 automatons of Ancient God Profound Devil and Ancient God Black Extreme exuded the powerful energy of a rank 8 Ancient God. Just looking at these 2 automatons was enough to suffocate all of them. Are we doomed to die here? The beautiful girl was extremely unwilling. Even if she was a samsara immortal body, she would be useless in Ancient God Profound Devil's hands. Kill them! Ancient God, profound devil, coldly snorted as he gave the order. Clang! The 6 automatons all moved, the clanging and clanging of metal resounding in everyone's minds like the bell of death. Chapter 13:14. Ancient God, profound devil's group of 6 took out their 6 automatons. The rest of the people present instantly despaired. Other than Zhao Feng, there were only 4 God-Eye descendants left, and they weren't in their best condition. So how could they deal with 6 automatons? Moreover, 2 of these automatons had reached the rank 8 ancient god level. Are we destined to fall here? The beautiful young woman was not willing to die like this. Even if she was a samsara immortal body, she would be useless in ancient god profound devil's hands. Damn it, there's no other way. The other 3 also stood rooted to the ground, their legs trembling. They had already arrived at the edge of death. These people are not ordinary. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened. He knew about the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race, could use the God-Eye fusion art, could control the machines in the ruins, and even had powerful automatons. The background of these people was definitely not simple. Clang! Bang! Down below, ancient god departed spirits group of 4 was being attacked by the 6 Heavens legacy puppets. Although they were already in a hopeless situation, they still fought with all their might to survive. Zhao Feng, just give up. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Ancient God Black Extreme wickedly laughed. His companions were also very puzzled. They had already used their final trump cards, but Zhao Feng still didn't give up. Zhao Feng could not leave the central hall, not even with a life-saving divine artifact like the space-time robe. Once those 6 automatons finished off the rest of the God-Eye descendants, they would be able to kill the rest of the God-Eye descendants. Even with the abilities of the space-time robe, Zhao Feng could not keep running. Boom! At this moment, a rank 8 ancient god puppet cut the azure-robed elder's body in 2, obliterating even his soul. The peak rank 7 Eye of Destruction descendant fell, just like that. Looks like I can only borrow the strength of the blood flame Qilin race. Zhao Feng's face darkened. If it weren't for the fact that they were in dire straits with no way out, Zhao Feng wouldn't have wanted to borrow the power of the blood flame Qilin race. However, the space here isn't stable, so I can only rely on the power of the rank 8 ancient races. Zhao Feng couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, the beautiful woman and Lin Qinggu were also killed by the mechanical puppets. In the end, ancient god departed spirit was surrounded by all the automatons. Seeing that there was no chance of survival, ancient god departed spirit decided to self-detonate. Given the power of his Eye of Death, if he detonated it, he would definitely inflict severe damage to ancient god profound devil's group. He's going to self-destruct. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. Perhaps ancient god departed spirit's self-detonation would create a chance for him. Naive. Ancient god profound devil grunted. At this moment, the 6 automatons surrounded ancient god departed spirit. They stretched out their palms, and a layer of gray light mist immediately spread out. Buzz! The gray mist connected to each other, forming a single domain that surrounded ancient god departed spirit and continued to shrink. Boom! Within the gloomy domain, ancient god departed spirit brazenly self-detonated. The dark enchantment surrounding him was destroyed, but the remaining power was extremely weak and did not have much effect on the central palace hall. So many tricks. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this point, everyone who had come to explore these ruins had been eliminated by ancient god profound devil's group of 6. If news of this accomplishment were to get out, it would definitely shock the world. Zhao Feng, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings now. Ancient god profound devil's gaze fell on Zhao Feng, and he gave a smug smile. The others also gave confident smiles of victory. Is that so? What if I manage to escape? Zhao Feng also smiled. Ignorant, ancient god, profound devil grimaced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, the 6 cold automatons charged at Zhao Feng. Let's see how you escape. Ancient god, profound devil, savagely roared. In such a narrow space, with 6 belts of light and 6 automatons, how could Zhao Feng possibly escape? But suddenly, a terrifying aura that suppressed the entire battlefield appeared next to Zhao Feng. Bang! Blood-colored flames exploded around Zhao Feng. Although the 6 belts of light were not destroyed, they were greatly hindered, other than the 2 rank 8 automatons. All the other automatons were sent flying and smashed into ground. This energy, ancient god, profound devil's group of 6 all grimaced. This energy that had suddenly appeared not only possessed a powerful ancient bloodline, but also the energy of a peak rank 8 ancient god. As the flames faded, a massive blood-colored Qilin appeared next to Zhao Feng. Blood flame Qilin race. Everyone murmured in shock. How could there be a peak rank 8 ancient god here? Zhao Feng, you signed a contract with me. You can't tell anyone else about this. Ancient god Black Extreme immediately barked. The appearance of a peak rank 8 ancient god here had to be related to Zhao Feng. But back then, he had clearly signed a contract with Zhao Feng that prevented him from speaking of this matter. Since that was the case, why was this peak rank 8 ancient god willing to follow him? Your Excellency, what are your orders? While everyone was confused, the peak rank 8 ancient god got down on one knee in the air and respectfully spoke. Master, ancient god, profound devil's group of 6 were both shocked and confused. A mighty peak rank 8 ancient god was actually referring to Zhao Feng as his master? But if this really was the case, then this peak rank 8 ancient god was basically Zhao Feng's servant. Zhao Feng could order him to do anything without needing to explain why. For this peak rank 8 ancient god to appear here meant that he knew nothing. Take me out of here. Zhao Feng flatly said, Yes. The blood flame, Qilin, respectfully replied. After saying this, it gathered a ball of scorching flame energy in its mouth. If he could help the Lord God, he had to do his best and do his best. Oh no! Ancient God, profound devil's group of 6, was taken aback. The energy produced by their God-Eye fusion art was already running low. The barrier around the central hall was extremely weak, and Zhao Feng could easily break through it. With the help of a peak rank 8 ancient god, the 2 of them would definitely be able to get through the layers of seals around the core area. Once Zhao Feng left, the space-time robe would make it far too difficult to capture him. Ancient God Profound Devil's group immediately took control of the 6 automatons and attacked the Blood Flame Qilin. Their God-Eye fusion art was running low, and if they used it to deal with the Blood Flame Qilin, they would find it very difficult to capture Zhao Feng, so they did not use it. Chaos Origin Divine Palm. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power and unleashed a massive palm of chaotic light that held forward in an attempt to stop the automatons from interfering. At the same time, Zhao Feng aimed at the screen and unleashed an Origin Eye Bloodline technique. Boom! Bang! The barrier of nothingness that enveloped this place was directly blasted apart. However, Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 had not only used the barrier to isolate the core area, but they had also sealed off all the entrances to the core area. Although the barrier was broken, it was still extremely difficult for them to get out. Bang! The Blood Flame Qilin unleashed its fiercest attack on a certain part of the wall. The entire central hall trembled. On the other side, the automatons had shattered Zhao Feng's attack and were now charging at the Blood Flame Qilin. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng immediately used space-time intent to activate the space-time robe's ability. Hisses! A faint white layer of indistinct energy appeared between the automatons and Zhao Feng. When the automatons tried to approach, they were not only hindered by the space energy, but also by the time energy. Their movements and thoughts began to slow down. This kid's mastery of space-time intent is incredible. He was actually able to use the space-time robe's ability. Ancient God Black Extreme said in shock. The space-time barrier was an upgraded version of the space barrier. It had an extremely powerful defensive ability. Let me. A thin and withered eye of space-time descendant suddenly stepped forward. His eye of space-time immediately began to turn, and space-time intent engulfed the automatons. In a flash, the effect of the space-time barrier on the automatons weakened. Boom! Swoosh! The 6 automatons swung their massive swords and unleashed powerful attacks. Gradually, the space-time barrier created by the space-time robe began to weaken. The automatons were also getting much closer to Zhao Feng and the Blood Flame Qilin. But at this moment, bang! The peak rank 8 Blood Flame Qilin blasted a small hole in the sealed dimension of the central hall. As expected of the Blood Flame Qilin race, which specialized in combat, their attacks were extremely powerful. Let's go! Circulating his space intent, Zhao Feng and the Blood Flame Qilin passed through the small hole and left the central hall. Not good. He got away. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 was taken aback. What do we do? For a moment, none of them moved. They were in an extremely poor condition, and their fighting power was extremely low. They could not risk themselves. Moreover, Zhao Feng had a peak rank 8 servant. If they wanted to deal with Zhao Feng's group, just 2 rank 8 automatons would not be enough. In addition, Zhao Feng was skilled in space-time intent and had the space-time robe. If they sent a large number of automatons, they would have to worry that Zhao Feng would suddenly return. For a moment, they were caught in a dilemma. Since that's the case, let's kill him. Ancient God Profound Devil's expression was extremely gloomy. He was furious that the mission had ended up like this. Our mission doesn't include Zhao Feng, but once the information on us gets out, we're done for. Ancient God Black Extreme was extremely supportive of Ancient God Profound Devil's suggestion. If they captured Zhao Feng, they would be richly rewarded. But if the information got out, they would die without a grave. Fine. Let's destroy this place. The others immediately stepped forward. They then went to the octagonal installation in the center. After a while, the 6 of them finally produced a transparent white screen of light. Activate the self-destruct sequence. Ancient God Profound Devil called out. The entire screen of light turned a faint red. In 100 seconds, this place will self-destruct. The 3 of you will be responsible for laying down the teleportation array. The 3 of us will be responsible for gathering the remaining research results and information. Ancient God Profound Devil immediately ordered. The 6 of them began to move out. At the end of this mission, they were supposed to destroy these ruins. Now, they could use this power to kill Zhao Feng. They didn't believe that Zhao Feng could escape from this destroyed dimension. Not even the space-time robe could do it. On the other side, Zhao Feng, who had escaped from the central hall, used the see-through ability of his left eye to observe the situation of Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6. They all left? Zhao Feng was rather confused. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 were able to control the mechanisms and machines of this place and not pursue him. What's that? Zhao Feng's eyes focused on the faint red screen of light on the octagonal installation. He didn't remember anything like this happening before. The words on the red screen were written in the language of the Heaven's legacy race. Zhao Feng didn't recognize them, but for some reason he had a bad feeling. Chapter 1315. When Zhao Feng's group was being pursued, they had gone through almost every part of the core area, so they had a rather good understanding of the terrain. After escaping from the central hall, Zhao Feng decided on the shortest route and began to destroy it with the Blood Flame Qilin in an attempt to escape. They went to another place in the core area to take something. Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye could see through a certain distance and observed the situation. However, those 6 had split up into teams of 3. Even if Zhao Feng counterattacked, he might not succeed. Thus, it was best to escape first. After all, this was the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race, and they were completely unaffected by this place, treating it like it was their own backyard. As for the little thieving cat, from the importance these people placed on it, he could tell that they would not lightly harm it. In addition, Zhao Feng also understood why the little thieving cat had intentionally allowed itself to be captured. He and the little thieving cat had a contractual connection. Even if they were separated by an entire zone, they could still maintain a weak connection. Once the little thieving cat was sent back to its base, Zhao Feng would know the stronghold of the faction behind these God-Eye descendants. In addition, this faction knew of the Heaven's legacy cat secret, so it probably had something the little thieving cat needed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have intentionally allowed itself to be captured. Moreover, the faction behind these people seemed to be conducting research on God-Eyes. Perhaps it had something that Zhao Feng needed. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Feng did not use too much of the blood flame Qilin race's power. Otherwise, those 6 God-Eye descendants would have been no match for him. Although this was all very dangerous, the little thieving cat had the ability to divine fortune, so it was still somewhat confident. Boom! Bang! At this moment, Zhao Feng and the blood flame Qilin blasted open another small gap, and the 2 of them swiftly passed through. Your Excellency, this place seems to be the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race. The blood flame Qilin couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Escaping is more important." Zhao Feng did not explain too much. On the other end, Ancient God Black Extreme's team was able to swiftly retrieve some important research results and data. Damn, the Heaven's legacy cat even threw a lot of research results to Zhao Feng. Ancient God Profound Devil was rather annoyed. So what if it's in his hands? Once the space shatters, he'll definitely die. The other person snorted coldly. Even so, it was indeed a pity to waste so many precious research results. There's not enough time. Let's go back. The thin woman said immediately. The self-destruction program only had 100 breaths of time, and now there were only 20 breaths of time left. In order to avoid any accidents, it was better for them to hurry over. In a small metal room, Ancient God Black Extreme's group of 3 had been waiting for some time. The teleportation portal here has been completely preserved. We just adjusted the teleportation location appropriately. Now we can use it without worry. Ancient God Black Extreme smiled. The group of 6 stepped onto the teleportation platform. Let's go. Let that kid be buried with this place. Ancient God Black Extreme's cold and sinister face gave a sinister smile. The biggest stain on their mission this time was Zhao Feng. If it weren't for Zhao Feng, their mission would have been completed much more smoothly. And in the end, they still could not kill Zhao Feng. They could only use the Fecta City's self-destruct sequence. That brat really got off easy. The thin eye of space-time descendant disdainfully said. Although he made quite a bit of trouble for us, he still gave us a Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient God Profound Devil coldly said. Right, that cat should have a pet contract with that brat. What do you care about that for? If that brat dies, the contract will automatically disappear. The formation platform was activated, and silver runes were drawn out one after another. An ancient silver-white luster rose up and engulfed Ancient God Profound Devil's group. On the other side, although Zhao Feng was looking for a way out, he was still observing Ancient God Profound Devil's movements. A teleportation array. They're leaving? Zhao Feng was surprised. They're letting me go just like that. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed like these people couldn't do anything to him, so they didn't waste any time and left. But Zhao Feng still felt that something was wrong and began to think. Wait, I know so many of their secrets. How could they let me go so easily? Zhao Feng grimaced and began to panic. At this moment, Zhao Feng once more turned to the octagonal installation in the central hall. The faint red screen above the installation was constantly blinking. Although Zhao Feng couldn't understand the words on it, he could see a red band of light extending from the left to the right, about to reach the end. The energy around the core area seems to be flowing in. Upon careful observation, Zhao Feng realized that the energy within the octagonal installation was abnormally vast, and the ripples were extremely fierce. Not good. They want to destroy this place. Zhao Feng grimaced as he called out in alarm. From the perspective of ancient god profound devil's group, if all the important things in these ruins had been dug out, what was the point of leaving these ruins behind? This would only leave behind some clues that would allow other factions to investigate ancient god profound devil's group of 6. Moreover, since Zhao Feng knew so many of their secrets, they had no reason to let Zhao Feng go. Combining the two, Zhao Feng thought of a possibility. Ancient god profound devil's group of 6 wanted to completely destroy this dimension while also killing Zhao Feng. The octagonal installation in the central hall was the highest level machine in the core area. Not even ancient god profound devil's group of 6 could completely control it. Thus, this octagonal installation was definitely the core of the ruins, able to connect to the entire dimension of the ruins. Just a moment ago, the octagonal installation had displayed a strange phenomenon. Not good. This place is about to be completely destroyed. Zhao Feng hurriedly said to the blood-flame Qilin, "Is there any way to quickly escape this dimension?" Zhao Feng hastily asked. This was a critical moment of life and death. Escape from this dimension? The blood-flame Qilin's eyes froze. It was already rather difficult for them to leave the core area, so how could they immediately escape this dimension? Zhao Feng knew that the blood-flame Qilin couldn't do it, so he sent it back into the ancient dream realm. Since that's the case, I can only go all out. A look of determination appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Swish! Zhao Feng's body suddenly vanished from the spot. But a moment later, a fierce spatial ripple appeared. Zhao Feng and the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch appeared in this place. Tiny spatial cracks immediately appeared around the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch. With Zhao Feng's cultivation, if he carelessly approached a spatial crack, he would be torn to pieces. However, he had the supreme quality defensive divine artifact, the space-time robe, which was extremely effective against spatial cracks. Your Excellency, this place is... The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch was confused. Zhao Feng had said nothing before dragging him here. For a moment, the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch was confused. But a moment later, the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch sensed that this dimension was about to shatter. Your Excellency, this dimension is too low-level. It can't hold me. The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch immediately said, Think of every method, no matter the price, to get me out of this dimension. Zhao Feng hastily said. At this moment, the red light on the octagonal installation was about to reach its end. The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch finally realized the gravity of the situation. If the Lord God wasn't in a life-threatening danger that he couldn't resolve, he would never have been called here. Okay. The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch's eyes were dignified, and his body began to pulse with energy. As the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch exerted his strength, the surrounding space began to twist. Countless spatial cracks of various sizes began to appear, and destructive spatial storms began to blow through them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several dozen wounds of various sizes instantly appeared on the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch's body. Although he had powerful vitality, his recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate at which his wounds were increasing. At the same time, Zhao Feng followed the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch's orders and activated the space-time robe's space-time barrier. Spatial barrier was extremely effective against space energy and space-time barrier was its upgraded version, so it was naturally even more effective in this aspect. Under the protection of the space-time barrier, the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch's injuries were temporarily stabilized. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng had both the space-time robe and space-time barrier to protect him, making him even safer. At this moment, the red band of light on the octagonal installation finally reached its end. The entire core area, as well as the surrounding areas, began to tremble with destructive energy. In a flash, Zhao Feng felt an incomparable pressure as the threat of death descended upon him. As expected, it's going to destroy this dimension. Zhao Feng's mind trembled, and even his god's spiritual eye began to thump. But he was too weak, and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, strange characters of flame began to circulate around the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch, accompanied by powerful intent energy that began to fiercely ripple. In a flash, the surrounding space completely shattered. At the same time, those strange characters of flame revolved around the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch and Zhao Feng. Bang! The two of them turned into a mass of blood-colored flames and exploded into nothingness. In the Xiling Zone, a vast and desolate forest suddenly began to twist and distort. Kaboom! Suddenly, enormous spatial cracks tore open, and a terrifying storm of destructive energy poured out of them. The surrounding area for more than 100,000 li instantly became a forbidden zone. This destructive spatial storm, mixed with enormous shockwaves of energy, wreaked havoc. At the edge of this forbidden zone, two figures suddenly appeared. So close! Zhao Feng's racing heart finally calmed down. The space-time robe on his body flickered with weak light. It was clear that it had sustained some damage while protecting Zhao Feng, and it was thanks to it that Zhao Feng had managed to survive. However, the spatial storm had still somewhat affected Zhao Feng, and the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch's powerful secret art had also placed a certain burden on Zhao Feng. Plush! The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch vomited a mouthful of scorching blood, a faint layer of flame on it. Wherever the flame landed, it would immediately ignite into a raging inferno. How is it? Zhao Feng immediately asked. In comparison, the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch had used a powerful spatial escape art in this unstable dimension, so he had suffered far more severe injuries. There was not a single part of his body that was intact, and some parts of his body were so weak and blurry that even his white bones were visible. I'm fine. Although I've injured some of my energy, it's nothing serious. I just might not be able to help Your Excellency deal with some major dangers in the near future. The blood-flame Qilin race patriarch immediately began to use a secret healing art. Go back. I'll remember what you've done today. Zhao Feng sighed. He truly had to thank the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch this time. If not for him, even with the space-time robe, he would have been pulverized by the spatial storm, his soul extinguished. Swish! Zhao Feng took the blood-flame Qilin race patriarch into the ancient dream realm. Little thieving cat! Zhao Feng half closed his eyes as he sensed a certain direction. Chapter 1316. Let's get out of here first. Zhao Feng put aside the matter of the little thieving cat for now, put away the space-time robe, and swiftly departed. Such a large disturbance would definitely attract the attention of the nearby factions. In addition, the Blazing Gold race knew of this place, and the ancient god experts they had dispatched had all been wiped out. It wouldn't be long before the experts of the Blazing Gold race arrived. If they saw Zhao Feng, they would definitely think of a way to pin the crime on Zhao Feng. Moreover, the God Eye assembly had ended long ago, so he needed to return to the spiritual race. 2 months later, Zhao Feng smoothly returned to the spiritual race. On that day, many upper echelon members of the spiritual race came to visit. Zhao Feng now had an extremely high status in the spiritual race, and Zhao Feng did not return after the God Eye assembly ended. After asking the life-sacred land, they learned that Zhao Feng had left midway. The spiritual race had even sent out intelligence agents to gather information on Zhao Feng, but none of them had come up with anything. "I've made everyone worry." Zhao Feng clasped his fist and said, "Zhao Feng, don't relax. Zhao Yufei is now the third elder's personal disciple." Ancient God Floating Spirit stroked his beard and smiled. Yufei has the spiritual race bloodline, and with the guidance of a half-step ancient god of the spiritual race, her cultivation, bloodline, and strength are certain to advance by leaps and bounds. A black-robed ancient god said. In his view, Zhao Feng had been too arrogant after breaking into the heavenly divine realm. He had an eye bloodline, but he didn't care about the god Eye Assembly and left as soon as there was a conflict. One had to realize that all the other Eye bloodline holders wanted nothing more than to stay at the god Eye Assembly a little longer. There were also a few Eye bloodline holders who didn't have the required cultivation and yearned to participate in the god Eye Assembly. But Zhao Feng had left midway on his first god Eye Assembly, the third elder's personal disciple. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Wasn't the spiritual race's third elder the half-step god lord who wanted to take him as a disciple after he broke into the heavenly divine realm but was rejected? He did not expect the third elder to accept Zhao Yufei as his disciple after he left. However, the talent that Zhao Yufei displayed was indeed extraordinary. "I'll take my leave first." Zhao Feng bid farewell to the elders. Zhao Feng did not tell the spiritual race about ancient god, profound devil's group. Firstly, the enemies seemed to only be targeting God-Eye descendants, not the spiritual race. Even if he told the spiritual race, it might not be of much use. Secondly, if he revealed the location of the Heaven's legacy race ruins, he would be met with even more trouble. For example, the treasures that Zhao Feng obtained would be coveted by others. And now that everyone else had died, the Blazing Gold race and the major factions of the Antian Zone would target Zhao Feng. Therefore, Zhao Feng did not intend to say this matter. After returning to his residence, Zhao Feng immediately went into seclusion. After entering the space-time robe dimension, Zhao Feng first began to treat his injuries. While recovering from his injuries, he took out all the spoils he had obtained from exploring the ruins. The cultivating black destruction, serpent dragon immediately opened its eyes and stared at Zhao Feng. In a corner of this dimension, Zhao Wang was holding the staff of death curse and cultivating. At this moment, Zhao Wang had already obtained the staff of death curse's approval. He had also obtained a great deal of death liquid from the Heaven's legacy race ruins, and the staff of death curse had helped him refine it, allowing him to smoothly break into the rank 6 true god level. Zhao Feng took out a crystal test tube as thick as an arm from the pile of items in front of him. It was filled with red blood, giving off a feeling of magma. Boom! As soon as the lid was opened, a scorching pressure of the primordial bloodline surged out. It's a little weaker than the Blazing Gold race bloodline, but it's even stronger than the Blood Flame Qilin race bloodline. Zhao Feng could not determine what kind of bloodline this was just from its energy, only a rough estimate. Master, this is the bloodline of the Flame God race, ranked 48th among the 10,000 ancient races. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, immediately said, ranked 48th. Zhao Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected for a random test tube to contain such a high-level bloodline. Master, could you bestow this to me? With this Flame God race bloodline, I'll definitely be able to break into rank 7 ancient god. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had a pleading look on its face. At its peak, it was a peak rank 6. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had long since recovered its cultivation, but it was still not strong enough to break into the ancient god level. The Destruction Dragon race bloodline was powerful and also had a Fire Dao attribute. It could refine and absorb the energy of the Flame God race bloodline. Let's talk about it later. Zhao Feng indifferently said, this Flame God race bloodline was also somewhat useful to him. and such a high-level bloodline naturally needed to be duplicated a few times first. Swish! Zhao Feng sucked it into his God Eye dimension and began to duplicate it. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, appeared disappointed, but it didn't dare to say anything. It only stared at the other items in front of Zhao Feng. There are at least 4 ancient bloodlines here that are as valuable as the Flame God Race bloodline, as well as other precious medicines. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had a greedy expression. It was extremely curious as to how Zhao Feng had managed to obtain so many precious items in such a short time. Zhao Feng then inspected the other items one by one. Although he didn't understand much, he had the god's spiritual eye, so he could at least see a few things. The medicines in these small test tubes are even more valuable than the ancient bloodlines. Zhao Feng cautiously inspected the row of small test tubes in front of him. They contained medicines, powders, or small solid pieces. As Zhao Feng carefully inspected them, he discovered that each medicine had an unimaginable effect. One of the small test tubes was filled with a cold, sticky substance that could promote the evolution of the Ice Path bloodline. It could also be used to cultivate Ice Path cultivation techniques, and it could also be used as a cultivation treasure to comprehend the Ice Profound. There was another test tube that contained medicine that targeted the soul. It had a chance of transforming a normal soul into a unique soul. For example, Zhao Feng's lightning soul body was extremely resistant to tribulation lightning and was almost immune to normal lightning. It could even devour lightning to increase the power of his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. If the physical body was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, but if the soul was destroyed, there would be nothing left. From this, one could see just how precious medicines that could increase the power of the soul were. Other than these 2, there were also 2 more precious medicines. There was one last medicine that Zhao Feng couldn't determine. Other than these, there were also many precious cultivation resources that almost didn't exist in the outside world, such as the 7-colored reincarnation grass, the heaven void sacred spirit fruit, and so on. After organizing all the items, Zhao Feng was already thinking about how to distribute them. First, he would give the large amount of death intent crystals he obtained to Zhao Wang. Zhao Feng had previously obtained an intent crystal that contained the Eye of Death. See if you can take the Eye of Death within this intent crystal and use it for yourself. Zhao Feng gave this matter to Zhao Wang to handle. If he needed it, he could refine it himself. If he didn't need it, he could do as he pleased. After all, an eye bloodline wasn't necessarily powerful just because it was numerous. For example, the one-eyed ancient god Profound Devil only had one eye of myriad forms, but he was the strongest in his team. The Flame God Race bloodline has been duplicated. Zhao Feng took out the 2 bloodlines, but he didn't give them to the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. The Flame God Race bloodline should also be extremely beneficial to the Blood Flame Qilin race. Zhao Feng's mind touched the dreamy silver ball in the God Eye dimension. In the next moment, he disappeared from this place. This is the Flame God Race bloodline. The Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch trembled. They both had Fire Dao bloodlines, but his was far inferior to the Flame God Race bloodline. Besides this, Zhao Feng also took out several Fire Dao cultivation treasures and gifted them to the Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch. After all, the Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch had been severely injured in order to save him. Many thanks, Your Excellency. The Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch excitedly accepted everything. In his view, paying such an enormous price to save Zhao Feng's life was completely worth it. Zhao Feng then returned to the space-time robe dimension. These things are all too precious. They're extremely useful to me. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wang, Zhao Wan, Zhao Hui, and the others. Zhao Feng planned to make several copies of these resources before dividing them up. Although his duplication ability had greatly improved after the god's spiritual eye evolved, these treasures were all of extraordinary quality. Duplicating them would take some time. Fortunately, he had more time in the space-time robe dimension. In a little more than a month, Zhao Feng successfully duplicated all these items. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had also obtained the Flame God race bloodline that it had always dreamed of. After successfully duplicating these items, Zhao Feng impatiently entered a cultivation state. If I want to save the little thieving cat and get close to the faction behind Ancient God, Profound Devil's Group of 6, if I'm not strong enough, I'll just be throwing myself into a trap. After consolidating his foundation and taking a few cultivation herbs, Zhao Feng's cultivation took another step forward and was now approaching the peak of rank 7. Zhao Feng was in no rush to increase his cultivation. Instead, he stopped and began to cultivate his intent energy. One day, Zhao Feng's mind trembled and he opened his eyes. Not good. The connection between me and the little thieving cat has been covered up. Zhao Feng grimaced. The methods of Ancient God, Profound Devil's Group of 6 could not be judged by normal standards. Through the contract with the little thieving cat, they had probably already learned that Zhao Feng was still alive. However, Zhao Feng was in the spiritual race, so he shouldn't be in any danger. But without the connection of the pet contract, how would Zhao Feng find the little thieving cat? At this moment, an item in Zhao Feng's interspatial dimension began to faintly twinkle with starry light. It was an ancient copper coin mottled with rust. How could this be? This copper coin. Zhao Feng immediately picked up the copper coin. This copper coin had been given to him by Lu Qinxin at the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. He remembered that the power in the copper coin had already been used up. However, at this moment, the copper coin somehow possessed power again. I remember that Lu Qinxin used this coin to sense the little thieving cat's location when I was escaping from the marriage in the flooding Lake City. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Although the bond between him and the little thieving cat had been covered up by a special method, he was still able to sense it. But at this moment, Zhao Feng could use the bronze coin to determine the little thieving cat's location. Chapter 1317. After confirming that the bronze coin could sense the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng began to carefully examine it. This bronze coin was a gift from Lu Qinxin when he challenged the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. For this reason, even after the energy within it was used up, Zhao Feng didn't throw it away, nor did he have the little thieving cat take it away. At the time, Zhao Feng had confirmed several times that the energy within the bronze coin had completely dissipated. But why would the bronze coin regain its energy after several decades? This was truly rather strange. Moreover, this energy was different from the energy it had once contained. The energy within the bronze coin was an even more profound energy of the Tao of Destiny. Zhao Feng had no talent for the Tao of Destiny, so he didn't think too much about it. However, this bronze coin had once more provided enormous assistance to Zhao Feng. He inwardly thanked Lu Qinxin, or perhaps the reincarnated Lu Qinin. Once I'm done with these matters, I'll go back to the continent zone. A look of certainty appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The spiritual race had the resources to open a path to the continent zone, but ordinary people didn't have the right to use it. However, Zhao Feng was now an ancient god and the most dazzling genius of the spiritual race. It would be no problem for the spiritual race to send him back to the continent zone. Zhao Feng had spent more time in the ancient, desolate realm of gods than he had in the continent zone. However, he had a different feeling about the continent zone and the Azure Flower continent. He wanted to go back to spend time with his parents, see his friends, see if the Azure Flower continent was peaceful, see how the Great Gone dynasty and the Dark Moon dynasty were faring, and see how Lu Qinin was doing. If he returned to the continent zone, Zhao Feng would definitely stay for a little longer. Thus, he had to first deal with the little thieving cat. However, if he wanted to save the little thieving cat, he would have to face extraordinary danger. Given how much importance the other party placed on the Heaven's legacy cat, they would definitely hide it in the most secretive and well-guarded place. With my current strength, it's too dangerous. Zhao Feng shook his head. Firstly, the members of the other party's faction controlled the God Eye fusion art. This was already an enormous obstacle. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Feng had the God's spiritual eye, he would never have dared to participate. Secondly, one could see from ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 that this faction was definitely not ordinary and had as many experts as the clouds in the sky. Although Zhao Feng had the help of the Blood Flame Qilin race, he definitely wasn't a match for them in a direct confrontation. Moreover, Zhao Feng didn't want to use this power unless it was absolutely necessary. In short, this trip was fraught with danger. If I'm strong enough, nothing will be a problem. Swoosh! All kinds of intent crystals and cultivation treasures immediately appeared in front of Zhao Feng. He controlled the 5 elements, wind, lightning, space-time, and other intents, so the resources he required to cultivate were bound to be astonishing. Just what Zhao Feng was using was probably equivalent to the entire wealth of a rank 7 ancient god. The price was high, but the results were also incomparably shocking. In a little more than 2 months, Zhao Feng had raised his 5 elements, wind, thunder, and space profundities, to the 6th level. Correspondingly, the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique had reached the 2nd level, and his Chaos Origin divine power was even stronger, almost on par with the divine power of a rank 8 ancient god. Only then did Zhao Feng stop cultivating his profound power. Swish! With a flip of his palm, a black, triangular piece of metal appeared in his palm. Let me see just what secrets you're hiding. Zhao Feng's left, I began to turn. The ancient god seal was a supreme, low-quality divine artifact. When Zhao Feng first came to the ancient desolate realm of gods, it was extremely useful, able to crush ordinary, low-quality divine artifacts. But now that Zhao Feng had broken into the ancient god level, this divine artifact was no longer of any use. However, ancient god Black Heaven had traveled a great distance to pursue Zhao Feng, precisely to take away the ancient god seal. This meant that this divine artifact was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In terms of toughness, the ancient god seal is completely comparable to a high-quality divine artifact. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. A low-quality divine artifact had the toughness of a high-quality divine artifact. It was no wonder that the ancient god seal was one of the best low-quality divine artifacts. However, the grades of god artifacts were not determined purely by their hardness. I remember that there was another seal within the ancient god seal. As he sent his mind into it, Zhao Feng once more sensed that there was another seal within the ancient god seal. As expected, this was a seal related to the Heaven's legacy race, and it was extremely complicated, even involving the soul. If one had a special technique, they could easily break it. However, Zhao Feng had no knowledge of this, and he certainly couldn't casually reveal the secrets of the ancient god seal. He could only rely on brute force, so he needed to spend some time. Boom! Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power and soul energy into the ancient god seal to batter at the seal. While Zhao Feng was battering at the seal, his god eye dimension was still duplicating many cultivation resources. 10 days later, the seal is broken. The ancient god seal in Zhao Feng's hand suddenly unleashed an enormous ripple of energy. On the other side, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was alarmed. This energy clearly belonged to the ancient god level. Buzz! BZZZ! Azure characters flew out of the center of the ancient god seal and began to revolve around it. How strange! It seems to be modifying the ancient god seal. Zhao Feng's god spiritual, I carefully inspected the ancient god seal. The ancient god seal was as tough as a high-quality divine artifact, but its performance was rather low. At this moment, this energy seemed to be modifying the ancient god seal's performance. After a long while, the activity of the ancient god seal slowly faded. Zhao Feng sent his mind into the seal to carefully inspect it. The place where the seal had been broken was an independent dimension. This dimension contained an enormous energy source that was connected to the ancient God seal. What's that? Zhao Feng focused his gaze on the wall in front of him. A simple map had been carved into the wall, and next to it was an explanation written in the language of the Heaven's legacy race. Could the ancient soul hall be looking for this small map? Zhao Feng was rather confused. This map wasn't very large, and its structure wasn't very complicated. The places that really needed a map were usually large regions or places with complicated terrains. Such a simple map was completely dispensable. Zhao Feng couldn't understand the Heaven's legacy race language written on the side of the map, so he didn't know if there was some other reason. The secret of the ancient God seal had been unraveled, but it wasn't very useful to Zhao Feng. The only good thing was that after the seal was broken, the ancient God seal had been modified and its grade had increased. It had become a high divine artifact. This way, Zhao Feng would have a divine weapon that he could use, and his strength would increase. High-quality divine artifact. The black destruction, serpent dragon's eyes froze. It had some understanding of the divine artifact in Zhao Feng's hand. It was originally just a low-quality divine artifact, but it had suddenly transformed into a high-quality divine artifact. It's time to move out. Zhao Feng rose and ended his seclusion. It had been more than 3 months since the little thieving cat was captured. Ancient God Profound Devil's Group of 6 was about to return to their base. Based on the reaction of the bronze coin, Zhao Feng was able to determine the general direction of the little thieving cat. It was actually in the same direction as the Heaven's legacy race ruins he had explored. That place was extremely close to the edge of the Xiling Zone. Based on his conjecture, Zhao Feng felt that they had probably already left the Xiling Zone, and in that direction, the zone next to the Xiling Zone was the Antian Zone. After deciding to leave, Zhao Feng first went to visit Zhao Yufei. The spiritual race's third elder resided in the spiritual race's forbidden ground. Even Zhao Feng needed to first announce his arrival before he could enter. "Brother Feng, you're leaving again?" Zhao Yufei was rather unwilling. Zhao Feng had only just returned to the spiritual race, and this was their first time meeting. But now Zhao Feng was leaving again. Zhao Feng could only say that he had lost the little thieving cat at the God Eye Assembly. Based on what he sensed, the little thieving cat was probably in the Antian Zone. That damned thieving cat. "I'll go with you." Zhao Yufei also had a deep impression of the little thieving cat. When she saw that Zhao Feng was going to the Antian Zone and that the journey was so long, she reluctantly said this. "Yufei, remember your promise to your master." At this moment, an ancient and ethereal voice came from the depths of the forbidden ground. Hearing this, Zhao Yufei immediately revealed a helpless expression. A strange expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face. After asking around, he learned that Zhao Yufei had promised her master that she would focus on cultivating to the ancient god level before she could step out of the spiritual race. As for the reason, it was because Zhao Feng had once refused the third elder's offer to take him as a disciple, and now that Zhao Feng was an ancient god, the third elder demanded that his disciple catch up to Zhao Feng as quickly as possible, perhaps even surpass him. Zhao Feng couldn't help but examine Zhao Yufei. She had only recently become a rank 5 true god, but her cultivation was already at the peak of rank 5. As expected of the spiritual race bloodline, and the third elder has high hopes for Zhao Yufei. He's basically doing his best to raise her. Zhao Feng mentally sighed. He was confident that even if he took the third elder as his master, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the same treatment as Zhao Yufei. After all, Zhao Yufei had the spiritual race bloodline, which was what the spiritual race valued the most. "I'm not going. Brother Feng, you have to take care of yourself." Zhao Yufei immediately corrected herself. "Brother Feng, the spiritual race should be sending a group to the Antian Zone soon. You'll be safer if you go with them." Zhao Yufei seemed to think of something and bluntly said, "Okay." Zhao Feng nodded and left the spiritual race's forbidden ground. He didn't know when he would be leaving the spiritual race, so Zhao Feng decided to pay a visit to the upper echelon of the spiritual race and ask Zhao Yufei about what she had just said. Correct, there truly is such a matter. The spiritual race has always been trading with the 5-star faction of the Antian Zone, Black Devil Peak. 1 month from now, the spiritual race will be sending a batch of goods to Black Devil Peak. Ancient God, Floating Spirit explained the situation. In the end, Zhao Feng also joined the group. Because the journey was long, the trading groups would all fly over on large warships. Zhao Feng was in no rush to get there. By riding a warship, he could not only travel quickly, but he could also find a lot of time to cultivate and increase his strength. Thus, Zhao Feng volunteered to join this group. Before setting off, Zhao Feng took a stroll through the spiritual race, met with Pan Hao, and brought Zhao Hui with him. When he first brought Zhao Hui to the spiritual race, he immediately arranged for him to be an inner disciple. In this period of time, Zhao Hui's cultivation had increased significantly, and he had also begun to learn the medicine Tao. He didn't have time to take care of Zhao Hui at the time, so he brought him this time so that he could rapidly raise his cultivation. Perhaps he would be of use in the future. 1 month later, Zhao Feng boarded the spiritual race's blue-white warship and set off for the Antian Zone. Chapter 1318. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 knew that Zhao Feng was still alive through the pet contract with a little thieving cat. Zhao Feng was sure that if they knew that he was still alive, they would eliminate him. The faction that Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 6 belonged to was not ordinary, so it was extremely easy for them to find information on Zhao Feng. They would even send people to keep an eye on the spiritual race. Once Zhao Feng went out, they would capture or assassinate him. For this reason, Zhao Feng's trip to the Antian Zone to receive the little thieving cat had to be done in secret. Moreover, he had to conceal his identity. Otherwise, he would alert the enemy and expose himself to the enemy. However, not even the eye-shrouding art could conceal the color of Zhao Feng's eyes and hair. There was probably no one else in the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods who had this kind of appearance. Since this was the case, Zhao Feng could only think of another method. On the spiritual race warship, "Who is this child?" A black-robed elder stared at Zhao Hui and asked in dissatisfaction. "Elder, this junior is Zhao Hui, an inner disciple of the spiritual race." Zhao Hui gave a genial smile. This was Zhao Feng's method. He was using Zhao Hui as a vessel to carry him around. Zhao Hui was an inner disciple of the spiritual race, so his identity would not arouse suspicion. In addition, Zhao Hui had recently broken into the heavenly divine realm and become a rank 3 true god. This level of cultivation was very easy to overlook, making it easy to investigate. This is an inner disciple that this old man has taken a liking to. I plan to take him as a disciple after a while, so I'm bringing him out to broaden his horizons. Ancient God Floating Spirit followed Zhao Feng's instructions and explained. Ancient God Floating Spirit was once Zhao Yufei's master, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Zhao Feng's request for his help. Ancient God Floating Spirits' words made the others on the warship take a few more glances at Zhao Hui, but no matter how they looked at it, Zhao Hui was an extremely ordinary person without much ability. "What good luck?" Jean Kuan muttered. An ordinary disciple of the spiritual race who had just become a rank 3 true god had caught the eye of an ancient god elder of the spiritual race. This truly was extremely lucky. The trade trip to the Antian Zone was also a mission. Other than the 3 ancient god elders leading the group, there were also 4 ancient god disciples who had accepted the mission. The 3 elders included Ancient God Floating Spirit, a black-robed ancient god, and a silver-haired old woman. Of the 4, Zhao Feng only recognized one, Jin Wei's older brother, Jean Kuan. This identity is truly a good one. Zhao Feng faintly smiled and ordered Zhao Hui to return to his room. After returning to his room, he activated the protective arrays and Chun Chinwang's spirit true god, Qin's spirit, and Xinyuhat had entered. After returning to his room, he activated the protective formation, indicating that he had entered a state of cultivation and was not to be disturbed. Of all the clones, Zhao Hui had interacted with Zhao Feng the least, and he had mostly relied on himself in his path of cultivation. This time, Zhao Feng personally guided Zhao Hui in his cultivation and gave him a detailed plan. Zhao Hui's position was that of a physician. As a physician, he didn't need combat strength, but he needed speed and means to escape. Thus, Zhao Feng modified the metal lightning radiance wings technique into a flying escape technique that was more suitable for Zhao Hui. The profoundness that Zhao Hui needed to comprehend was mainly water and wood, followed by wind and space. Zhao Feng was only given the appropriate guidance and cultivation resources. After that, Zhao Feng began to do his own things. The mission to save the little thieving cat was extremely dangerous. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of success. Therefore, Zhao Feng did not waste any time and seized the time to cultivate. After cultivating the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique to the second level, one could cultivate the high-level combat skills that corresponded to Chaos Divine Energy, Chaos Divine Fist, Chaos Divine Shield, and so on. In addition, Zhao Feng was also cultivating space-time ocular techniques and space-time teleportation. 3 months later, the spiritual race warship left the Xiling Zone and entered the Antian Zone. Zhao Feng walked out of the space-time robe dimension and took out the ancient bronze coin. When the ancient bronze coin was pointed in the same direction as the little thieving cat, the starlight on it would shine with an abnormally bright light. It really is in the Antian Zone. Zhao Feng also realized that the ancient bronze coin was pointing in the same direction as the destination of the spiritual race warship, Black Devil Peak. Zhao Feng had originally planned to leave after entering the Antian Zone and search on his own. But since the destination was in the same direction as Black Devil Peak, Zhao Feng decided that he would go with the spiritual race to Black Devil Peak before making his move. Black Devil Peak was one of the 5-star factions of the Antian Zone. It was a place where people gathered, and it would be easier to gather information there. Just like that, Zhao Feng returned to the space-time robe dimension and continued his seclusion. After stabilizing the second level of the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique and familiarizing himself with the combat skills, Zhao Feng rested for a while. Swish! Zhao Feng took out a translucent, rhombus-shaped crystal from his interspatial dimension. Within the crystal was a pair of eyes. These eyes were the eyes of space-time. These were the eyes that the little thieving cat had snatched from the octagonal device. Before the little thieving cat was captured, it had given these eyes of space-time to Zhao Feng. My Chaos Heaven Void origin technique primarily cultivates space intent. If I have a clone with the eyes of space-time, it will be of great help to me in comprehending space intent. Zhao Feng was moved. Only by giving this pair of space-time eyes to his next clone would he be able to maximize the value of this pair of eyes. However, he was still in the middle of studying the 4th level of the soul-splitting technique, and his 4th clone would need some time to form. One day, the spiritual race warship finally arrived at Black Devil Peak. Only now did Zhao Feng emerge from his seclusion. The mission this time is quite simple. Jin Kuan stood at the front of the warship, a smug smile on his face. Zhao Feng soon learned that the spiritual race warship had encountered 2 more waves of bandits, but the ancient god experts of the spiritual race had easily taken care of them. As for Zhao Feng and Zhao Hui, who had been in seclusion this entire time, they rarely left their rooms, so they had no idea what was going on. Of course, this was also because Zhao Hui was too weak and had been completely ignored by the others. In the past, when the spiritual race's trade convoys went out, they would more or less be intercepted and obstructed by the Blazing Gold race. But this time, the Blazing Gold race didn't do anything. The silver-haired old woman's eyes dimmed. Zhao Hui inwardly chuckled. In the Heaven's legacy race ruins, 9 ancient gods of the blazing gold race, including one rank 8 ancient god, had all fallen. This was an enormous blow and loss to a 5-star faction. If the 2 5-star factions were to start fighting now, the blazing gold race would undoubtedly lose. They would definitely be using this time to build up their strength and recover. They would have no time to worry about the spiritual race. Zhao Feng turned his eyes to the thick black fog in front of him. 5 steep and savage mountains quickly appeared in the fog, like a black demonic claw trying to crawl out of the wilderness. Black Devil Peak was a 5-star faction of the Antian Zone. It was not controlled by any major race, but rather a sect that accepted any kind of disciple. On the outer peak of Black Devil Peak, a large number of Black Devil Peak disciples had gathered near a fighting stage. At this moment, a golden figure descended. Big Brother, Cloudbreaker, True God Cloudbreaker, is here. The spectators immediately cried out in alarm. True God Cloudbreaker possessed the Eye of Destruction and was currently an inner peak disciple of Black Devil Peak. It was rumored that his cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 3. Once he reached rank 4, he would become a core disciple of the peak. Big Brother Cloudbreaker, you've come again. An emaciated and tall youth that looked like a skeleton immediately went up to greet him. According to your orders, I've arranged for Outer Peak disciples to challenge him every day. You've come at just the right time. The battle isn't over yet. The skeletal youth had a fawning smile on his face. He was the boss of the Outer Peak disciples. But True God Cloudbreaker was indeed about to enter the ranks of core disciples. Coupled with his Eye of Destruction, his future prospects were limitless. The winner of this battle will be rewarded with a divine blood pill. True God Cloudbreaker looked at the golden figure on the fighting stage, a playful smile on his face. 2 figures fiercely clashed on the fighting stage. Kaboom! One of them, a black-clothed youth, wielded a black metal claw and unleashed a massive shadow of white bones. The other golden figure had no time to react and was pushed back to the edge of the stage, a bloody wound left on its body. Kuan Yin, it's been so long, but you haven't gotten any stronger, the black-clothed youth said with a leisurely smile. Damn! True God Kuan Yin crawled back up, ignoring the black-clothed youth. He viciously glared at the distant True God Cloudbreaker. He had been treated in such a manner precisely because of this person. Since that's the case, Big Brother Cloudbreaker's divine blood pill is mine. The black-clothed youth gripped the black metal claw as he rapidly approached Kuan Yin and slashed out. Bang! Heavily injured, True God Kuan Yin was unable to put up any resistance and was thrown off the stage. It's yours. True God Cloudbreaker took out a pill made of blood-red glass and threw it to the black-clothed youth as he prepared to fly away. Cloudbreaker. Kuan Yin clenched his golden fists, his blood-red eyes staring at True God Cloudbreaker. 10 years ago, he had come to the ancient, desolate realm of gods and coincidentally entered a 5-star faction. To his surprise, the continent zone's demigod Destruction was also on Black Devil Peak. Destruction had arrived 1 step earlier than Kuan Yin, and his bloodline was stronger than Kuan Yin's. Black Devil Peak also valued him. Originally, True God Cloudbreaker had only been intentionally suppressing Kuan Yin, not caring about him at all. But after the God Eye Assembly, True God Cloudbreaker's attitude underwent a massive change, and he began to order the Outer Peak disciples to use this method to humiliate Kuan Yin. Unfortunately, Kuan Yin still couldn't leave Black Devil Peak. He knew that if he left, True God Cloudbreaker would definitely kill him. Broom! At this moment, a magnificent warship made of blue and white steel whizzed past. That's a spiritual race warship from the Xiling Zone. Every few decades, Black Devil Peak and the Xiling Zone will visit each other and conduct a trade. A rather senior Outer Peak disciple emotionally said, "A spiritual race warship." True God Cloudbreaker's body trembled as he stared at the warship. Zhao Feng is also in the spiritual race. True God Cloudbreaker was slightly alarmed. He naturally knew of the relationship between Kuan Yin and Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng discovered that he was treating Kuan Yin like this, he would definitely not be spared. But Zhao Feng had no idea where Kuan Yin was, so he definitely wouldn't have come to Black Devil Peak. However, he did not know that on the blue and white battleship, an ordinary-looking and slightly scholarly young man was coldly looking at him. Chapter 1319. When he saw Kuan Yin, Zhao Feng couldn't help but recall the 30-year agreement he had made with Kuan Yin in the continent zone. It's already been 40 years. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although 40 years was so short that it was almost negligible to others, to Zhao Feng, it was an extremely long time. I didn't think that both of them would be here. Zhao Feng found the affairs of the world hard to predict. In the continent zone, Kuan Yin and True God Cloudbreaker were members of opposing dynasties. Now that both of them were on Black Devil Peak, it was naturally impossible for them to get along. Moreover, in both strength and status, True God Cloudbreaker far surpassed Kuan Yin. Toying with Kuan Yin to death would be as easy as flipping over his hand. One didn't even need to think to know that Kuan Yin was stifled to death. From start to finish, Kuan Yin and Zhao Feng had only ever made deals, but the two had known each other for many years. Without Kuan Yin, there would be no Zhao Feng, and Zhao Feng had no good impression of True God Cloudbreaker. In fact, he loathed him. Thus, Zhao Feng decided to help him. Brum! The warship of blue and white steel pierced through the thick black fog, quickly reaching the centermost of the 5 black mountains. The upper echelon members of Black Devil Peak had already arrived at the summit. Honored guests of the spiritual race, Black Devil Peak has failed to welcome you. A tall, black-robed elder immediately stepped forward, his powerful aura making Zhao Hui feel suffocated. Elder Tao is too serious. The silver-haired old woman of the spiritual race stepped forward. All the members of the spiritual race disembarked from the warship and were welcomed by the upper echelon members of Black Devil Peak into the main peak. This young man is an elder from the Black Devil Peak with black and white patterns on his face that looked like a ghost looked at Zhao Hui with a hint of surprise and disdain. He's a spiritual race disciple that I've taken a fancy to. On this mission, I brought him along to broaden his horizons. Ancient God Floating Spirit said. Ancient God Floating Spirit was a rank 8 ancient god of the previous generation of the spiritual race. He had come to Black Devil Peak several times, so the elders of this place were extremely familiar with him. Oh! The other people from Black Devil Peak sized up Zhao Feng, but they didn't find anything special about him, so they didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, he was just a rank 3 true god. No matter how special he wasn't worth their attention. Moreover, there was nothing special about Zhao Hui. On the way, Zhao Feng discovered that Black Devil Peak's 3 elders, led by Elder Tao, were very friendly and enthusiastic, while the bronze-masked old man and another elder were very cold towards the spirit race. As the upper echelons of the 2 5-star forces conversed, they arrived at the main hall. This junior will not participate in the matters of the seniors. Before entering the main hall, Zhao Hui took the initiative to take his leave. Zhao Hui's words made the higher-ups of both parties feel that he was very tactful. After bidding farewell to the upper echelons of the 2 factions, Zhao Feng prepared to head to the Black Peak where Kuan Yin was. Not long after he left, Zhao Feng took out an ancient copper coin. Such a powerful starlight! Zhao Hui was taken aback. The light emitted by the bronze coin almost made Zhao Feng think that the little thieving cat was hiding here. Zhao Hui used the copper coin to sense the surroundings before confirming that it wasn't here. But it's not far. A hint of joy appeared on Zhao Hui's face as he put away the copper coin. He couldn't be rash in meeting up with a little thieving cat. At the very least, he needed to get some information before carefully sneaking in. Whoosh! Zhao Hui flew through the black fog and left the main peak. As he was passing through the second mountain, he happened to run into True God Cloudbreaker. At this time, Zhao Feng could not recklessly expose his identity, and True God Cloudbreaker was a disciple of Black Devil Peak. If Zhao Feng wanted to deal with him, he would need to find a reason. Thus, Zhao Feng ignored True God Cloudbreaker and went to find Kuan Yin. How come I've never seen you before? Don't you know that only inner peak disciples can enter this mountain? True God Cloudbreaker saw that Zhao Hui wasn't even greeting him and immediately called out to him. One had to realize that even the higher-ranked inner peak disciples would greet True God Cloudbreaker when they saw him. But this seemingly ordinary and weak youth coldly ignored True God Cloudbreaker. I truly am not an inner peak disciple, but so what if I am here? Zhao Hui grumpily said. He was an esteemed guest of the spiritual race. So what could True God Cloudbreaker do to him? Are you talking to me? True God Cloudbreaker gloomily asked after a moment of shock. Since Zhao Hui wasn't an inner peak disciple and was even talking back to him, even if True God Cloudbreaker directly attacked and beat him half dead, it wouldn't matter. Is this how Black Devil Peak treats its guests? Zhao Hui couldn't help but sneer. You're a disciple of the spiritual race? True God Cloudbreaker grimaced, his gloomy expression instantly vanishing. From Zhao Hui's words, he could guess at Zhao Hui's identity. Based on what he knew, the trade between the spiritual race and Black Devil Peak was usually between the upper echelon members. But this time, the spiritual race had brought a rank 3 true god. This meant that Zhao Hui's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, as a 5-star faction, the spiritual race was even stronger than Black Devil Peak. My apologies, this one was blind. I did not expect that good sir was a genius of the spiritual race. True God Cloudbreaker immediately squeezed out a smile. Humph. Zhao Hui gave a disdainful snort and left. This action caused True God Cloudbreaker's lips to twitch, his mind to burn with rage. But Zhao Hui was a guest from afar. If he angered Zhao Hui, he would be indirectly affecting the relationship between the spiritual race and Black Devil Peak. Why don't I give good sir a tour of this place? True God Cloudbreaker proposed. He was expressing his goodwill as a host, and if he had the chance, he could teach Zhao Hui a lesson. Even if there was some trouble, it wouldn't be too bad. That's fine. Zhao Hui thought for a few moments before agreeing. Black Devil Peak could be considered a Devil Dao faction, and it was a place where fish and dragons mixed together. It was very common for disciples to fight openly and covertly, and they would often challenge each other to duels. Zhao Hui seemed too weak, so it was inevitable that he would run into some trouble. If he were with True God Cloudbreaker, he could avoid all of this, and he could even order this fellow around. With True God Cloudbreaker leading the way, Zhao Hui left the mountain where the inner peak disciples resided and went to the outer peak. Along the way, many disciples were extremely curious about the weak youth standing next to True God Cloudbreaker. Brother Zhao, this is the place of the outer peak disciples. There's nothing to see, True God Cloudbreaker said with a smile. It's fine. When I first arrived, I saw an acquaintance on the outer peak, and now I want to go see him. Zhao Hui made no attempt to avoid this topic. Oh, I didn't think that Brother Zhao would know someone on Black Devil Peak. Who might this person be? Perhaps I know him. True God Cloudbreaker said in surprise. In truth, True God Cloudbreaker was wondering how someone of Zhao Hui's status could possibly know a disciple of Black Devil Peak's outer peak. Kuan Yin. Zhao Hui faintly smiled as he stared at True God Cloudbreaker. Kuan Yin. True God Cloudbreaker's face froze, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. He truly couldn't understand how Kuan Yin was related to a spiritual race disciple. Kuan Yin had only been in the ancient, desolate realm of gods for a very short time, and he had never even been to the Xiling Zone. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Hui looked extremely unfamiliar, he would have even suspected that Zhao Hui was someone from the continent zone. Otherwise, he would have never known Kuan Yin. When he thought about his relationship with Kuan Yin, True God Cloudbreaker really didn't want to go. But his expression just now showed that he knew Kuan Yin. Greetings, True God Cloudbreaker. What business has True God Cloudbreaker honored us with his presence? When True God Cloudbreaker arrived at the Outer Peak, almost all the Outer Peak disciples respectfully greeted him. True God Cloudbreaker enjoyed this treatment, a proud look on his face as he walked through the countless Outer Peak disciples. Brother Zhao, this way. True God Cloudbreaker said with a smile. Who's that next to True God Cloudbreaker? Why haven't I seen him before? From the looks of it, that person's status isn't ordinary at all. Everyone had originally believed that Zhao Feng was someone who was currying favor with True God Cloudbreaker, but True God Cloudbreaker's actions just now had them all slack-jawed. Out of curiosity, many Outer Peak disciples followed the pair. Zhao Hui and True God Cloudbreaker quickly arrived at Kuan Yin's residence. He's here to find Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin was just taught a lesson today. Now that True God Cloudbreaker has personally come, he's going to be in big trouble. Quite a few Outer Peak disciples laughed in schadenfreude. True God Cloudbreaker had always been targeting the Outer Peak disciples, and all the Outer Peak disciples were well aware of this. However, True God Cloudbreaker rarely came to find Kuan Yin. It seemed like there was going to be a good show to watch this time. Gradually, more and more Outer Peak disciples began to gather around. Kuan Yin, who was in his residence, also noticed the abnormality outside. True God Cloudbreaker, just what do you want? Kuan Yin charged out, a venomous look on his face as he glared at True God Cloudbreaker. Because of True God Cloudbreaker, he had to be taught a lesson every few days, and it was a humiliation he had suffered. Kuan Yin had endured this because he believed that there would come a day when he would surpass True God Cloudbreaker and cleanse himself of this humiliation. Brother Zhao, don't take offense. Kuan Yin and I have a small misunderstanding, True God Cloudbreaker carelessly said. With his status in Black Devil Peak, even if Zhao Hui did it because of Kuan Yin, Zhao Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Just what kind of trick is this fellow playing? Kuan Yin became wary. For True God Cloudbreaker to personally visit him meant that nothing good was going to happen. At the same time, Kuan Yin began to size up the youth next to True God Cloudbreaker. From the looks of it, this ordinary youth had about the same status as True God Cloudbreaker. But since this youth was with True God Cloudbreaker, he was definitely not a good person, and Kuan Yin now had another enemy. But to Kuan Yin's surprise, Zhao Hui opened his arms wide and walked toward him. Kuan Yin, long time no see. How did you end up like this? Zhao Hui was just about to embrace Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin couldn't help but take half a step back as he stared in shock at Zhao Hui. All the Outer Peak disciples were dumbfounded by this sight. Hadn't Kuan Yin always been True God Cloudbreaker's target? Why was the person who had come with True God Cloudbreaker so friendly with Kuan Yin? Although they couldn't figure it out, the majority of them believed that True God Cloudbreaker was playing some sort of trick that would make Kuan Yin even more embarrassed and humiliated. Kuan Yin, I haven't seen you in so long that you don't recognize me as a friend anymore. Zhao Hui smiled once more as he embraced Kuan Yin. At the same time, he began to exude pure good intent. Zhao Hui specialized in the medicine Dao, and with the precious cultivation resources and high-level techniques that Zhao Feng had given him, his medical skills had reached an extremely exquisite level. Kuan Yin was dumbfounded. The unfamiliar man who had come with True God Cloudbreaker was actually calling him brother and treating his injuries? Kuan Yin, before you left, was the Hall of Gods doing well? Zhao Hui's voice suddenly rang out in Kuan Yin's mind. Kuan Yin felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body going stiff as he stared in disbelief at Zhao Hui. Chapter 1320. At this moment, Kuan Yin felt like he had been struck by lightning. His body went stiff as he stared in disbelief at Zhao Hui. Based on Zhao Hui's words, Kuan Yin was sure that this person was from the great Gan dynasty of the continent zone and even had some connection to the Hall of Gods. But Kuan Yin couldn't recall such a person in the Hall of Gods. After all, there were only a few people who had even the slightest hope of coming to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. But since this person knew him, Kuan Yin couldn't care less if he had any ill intentions. He was currently in an extremely awkward situation. He had been toyed with by true god Cloudbreaker for the rest of his life. Zhao Hui, who had suddenly appeared, had an extraordinary status, and was also extremely friendly to him. Perhaps he could borrow Zhao Hui's hand to help him escape this abyss of misery. This person messaged me about his identity. This means that he doesn't want anyone else to know about this. Kuan Yin's mind whirred as he looked at true god Cloudbreaker. Although he didn't know what Zhao Hui was up to, Kuan Yin didn't expose the fact that Zhao Hui might be able to help him. So you still remembered to come and see me. After a while, Kuan Yin chuckled. The surrounding outer peak disciples stared at this strange scene in bewilderment. They had no idea what was going on. Why was the person who had come with true god, Cloudbreaker, so friendly to Kuan Yin? How could your injuries be so severe? This is a panacea that I have in my possession. Zhao Hui had already mostly healed Kuan Yin's injuries, but he still spoke in such a manner. With a flip of his palm, Zhao Hui took out 10 some precious herbs and pills. 2 of these truly were used to heal injuries. Even the injuries of rank 4 and rank 5 true gods were extremely effective. Other than that, there were also precious cultivation resources. Am I seeing things? That's a red lotus fruit, true dragon leaf, yin-yang origin life pill. The treasures that Zhao Hui took out immediately attracted the greedy gazes of the nearby demon path disciples. The outer peak disciples were at most rank 3 true gods, and each item that Zhao Hui took out was extremely valuable to them. This kid probably has an unusual status in the spiritual race. True god Cloudbreaker was rather excited as he looked at these treasures, but he had no good impression of Zhao Hui, especially since Zhao Hui knew Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin was dumbfounded. This stranger who had suddenly appeared had not only addressed him as a brother, but had also treated his injuries and given him so many precious treasures. Kuan Yin wondered if he was dreaming. How could there be so many meat pies falling from the sky? Although he didn't understand, it would be a waste not to take it. Kuan Yin accepted all of them without hesitation. With these resources, it won't take long for me to become a rank 3 true god. Kuan Yin was extremely excited. Because of Zhao Feng's help in the continent zone, he was able to enter the ancient, desolate realm of gods when he was only a demigod. Moreover, he was a blood drop realm cultivator, and during the 30 years he had been guarding the city, he had been constantly consolidating his foundation. Thus, in the 5th year of his arrival in the ancient desolate realm of gods, he broke through to the heavenly divine realm and directly became a rank 2 heavenly divine. However, through a series of coincidental fortuitous events, he managed to reach the 5-star faction Black Devil Peak. But his cultivation had stagnated. This was all because of true god Cloudbreaker. The outer peak disciples could only watch as Kuan Yin accepted the treasures. Although they were extremely excited, they did not dare to make a move. Brother Zhao has countless treasures. I trust that your strength is also extraordinary. True god Cloudbreaker suddenly spoke in a sinister tone. The other outer peak disciples couldn't help but look at true god Cloudbreaker, not knowing what he meant. It's just SOO. Zhao, Hui simply replied. Brother Zhao is too modest. The spiritual race is a 5-star faction, even stronger than Black Devil Peak. The majority of Black Devil Peak's rank 3 true gods probably aren't a match for you. True God Cloudbreaker praised Zhao Hui. It's someone from the spiritual race. He must have come on that warship. At this moment, Zhao Hui's identity became completely clear. Everyone finally understood that Zhao Hui and True God Cloudbreaker were not in cahoots. But they had never imagined that the Kuan Yin they had been bullying would know someone from the spiritual race, and that this person's status was probably not ordinary. Spiritual race, Kuan Yin muttered. These 2 words could only make him think of Zhao Yufei. But even if it was Zhao Yufei, it was impossible for her to know his exact whereabouts. This one is True God Heifeng. I would like to request the guidance of a genius of the spiritual race. At that instant, a young man in the shape of a skeleton took the initiative to step forward. As True God Cloudbreaker's follower, True God Heifeng had an extremely good understanding of his thoughts. These words instantly piqued the interest of everyone present. It was obvious that True God Cloudbreaker was also somewhat hostile toward Zhao Hui because of Kuan Yin. True God Heifeng was a rank 3 true god and the number 1 disciple of the Outer Peak. Brother, I'm not a match for him. Why don't you fight in my place? Zhao Feng suddenly said to Kuan Yin. As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned. One had to realize that True God Heifeng was a rank 3 true god, while Kuan Yin was only a rank 2 true god. But now a rank 3 true god like Zhao Feng wanted a rank 2 true god to fight in his place? If it weren't for the fact that True God Cloudbreaker was clearly hostile toward Zhao Hui, the Outer Peak disciples would have believed that Zhao Hui was working with True God Cloudbreaker to intentionally mess with Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin's mind went blank. Zhao Hui, who had been so friendly to him just a moment ago, was now pushing him into a sea of flames. Just what was going on here? If Kuan Yin fights, Big Brother Heifeng doesn't need to fight. Let me do it. A black-clothed youth in the crowd gave a wicked smile. Kuan Yin's expression darkened as he stared at this person. This black-clothed youth was the peak rank 2 true god who had taught him a lesson today. Brother Zhao, if you don't want to give me face, you can have your friend fight. True God Cloudbreaker's words were laced with threat. If Zhao Hui went up, he would most likely lose to True God Heifeng. If he didn't go up, then Kuan Yin would have to. In this case, the relationship between the 2 of them would naturally be broken. I'm a doctor. I'm not skilled in battle. Zhao Hui's declaration of his identity left everyone rather surprised. Not even True God Cloudbreaker had expected Zhao Feng to be a doctor. If this was the case, then his words just now were rather inappropriate. Challenging a doctor was a little embarrassing, and besides, Zhao Feng was a guest from afar. But now that he had said it, he couldn't take it back. Since that's the case, Kuan Yin, let's play some more. At this moment, the black-clothed youth once more stepped onto the stage and looked at Kuan Yin with a mocking expression. You! Kuan Yin's face instantly went red. He had just fought with this black-clothed youth and was ruthlessly defeated, leaving him heavily injured. Even though he had mostly recovered from his injuries, he was still no match for this black-clothed youth. Kuan Yin, when I came here, I happened to see you fighting and realized that you don't have a divine weapon of your own. How about I lend you a weapon so that you can fight him again? Zhao Hui said with a smile. The black-clothed youth's expression did not change. Even if Kuan Yin had an extra divine weapon, he would still be no match for him. Kuan Yin also remained silent, viciously glaring at Zhao Hui, not knowing what he was thinking. But a moment later, Zhao Hui flipped his palm, and 3 dazzling divine weapons appeared. These 3 treasures were a massive black hammer, a golden dragon armor, and a cloak made of red clouds. The moment these 3 divine weapons appeared, they exuded an astonishing aura that attracted everyone's attention. These are 3 average-quality divine weapons. The black-clothed youth on the stage swallowed in shock. He actually took out 3 average quality divine weapons at once. The rest of the people also sighed with envy. This, then, I'll fight you again. After a few moments of shock, Kuan Yin became ecstatic. Average quality divine weapons were for rank 4 to rank 6 true gods, and they were divine weapons that he normally wouldn't even see. If he had 3 average quality divine weapons, the outcome might not have been certain. Swish! Kuan Yin took the 3 average quality divine weapons and jumped onto the stage. Slightly activating the divine weapons, Kuan Yin immediately felt an invincible and valiant strength imbue his body with a dreadful pressure that crushed toward the black-clothed youth. These 3 divine weapons are all top-class, average-quality divine weapons. Only a rank 5 true god or higher can completely control them. True god, Cloudbreaker's expression darkened. With these 3 powerful average-quality divine weapons for offense, defense, and support, Kuan Yin was almost invincible among rank 2 true gods, and could even challenge rank 3 true gods. Bang! Just as expected, the 2 exchanged less than 5 blows before the black-clothed youth was sent flying by Kuan Yin's hammer. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood before crawling back up. Ha! Kuan Yin heartily laughed as he walked off the stage. He had never felt so refreshed after coming to Black Devil Peak. He had obtained many resources, used average-quality divine weapons, dealt a heavy blow to his foe. Kuan Yin, these 3 divine weapons suit you so well. I'll give them to you, Zhao Hui said with a smile. Kuan Yin, who had just gotten off the stage, almost stumbled and fell. These were 3 average-quality divine weapons, and Zhao Hui was giving them away just like that? Although he was extremely reluctant to part with these 3 divine weapons, they were far too valuable. However, under Zhao Feng's insistence, Kuan Yin ultimately accepted these 3 divine weapons. The surrounding Outer Peak disciples all stared at this sight like idiots. With these cultivation resources and 3 average-quality divine weapons, Kuan Yin would soon be invincible in the Outer Peak and enter the Inner Peak. But Kuan Yin's face immediately turned dejected. An ordinary man's wealth was his ruin. Moreover, he already had many enemies. Once Zhao Hui left, True God Cloudbreaker would definitely think of a way to target him and take back all these things. But at this moment, a voice rang out in Kuan Yin's mind. Once the spiritual race people leave, you can go with them to the spiritual race. Brother Zhao, let me take you on a stroll. True God Cloudbreaker wickedly smiled. With Zhao Hui here, Kuan Yin would be fine. But once Zhao Feng left, the same could not be said for him. These cultivation resources and divine weapons would all be his. Okay. Zhao Hui nodded and prepared to leave. Good sir, who are you? Why did you save me? Kuan Yin was extremely excited, but he quickly calmed down and mentally messaged. He didn't believe that someone who had nothing to do with him would do such a thing for him. Little Kuan Yin, your memory is truly terrible. You even forgot about me. With these words, Zhao Hui left with True God Cloudbreaker. But Kuan Yin's soul was stunned, and he stared in a daze as Zhao Hui left. In his life, there was only one person who called him Little Kuan Yin, Zhao Feng, who had helped him revive from a single drop of blood. Chapter 13:21. After leaving the Outer Peak, Zhao Feng arrived at the free trade zone of Black Devil Peak. The size of a 5-star faction's trading point was almost equivalent to the territory of a 4-star faction. It was like a small country. This trading area was a special trading area for Black Devil Peak disciples. Due to the difference between the Inner Peak and the Outer Peak, there were a lot of people here. I'm very familiar with this place. If Brother Zhao needs anything, just let me know. True God Cloudbreaker said with a smile. Zhao Fu had returned to gather some information, but with True God Cloudbreaker with him, it was rather inconvenient for him to do so. Therefore, Zhao Hui just casually looked around and familiarized himself with the place. He would come back when he had the time. However, as he strolled along, Zhao Feng was surprised to discover that the trading area of Black Devil Peak was often filled with gadgets and instruments that contained the technology of the Heavenly Secrets Group. Maybe I can find something here. Zhao Hui made a mental note of it. The little thieving cat's hiding place wasn't too far from Black Devil Peak. Black Devil Peak, as one of the 5-star factions of the Antian Zone, was a faction of all sorts of people. It was certain that it would be able to find out information about the mysterious faction that ancient god Profound Devil's group belonged to. Brother Poyen, I'll go to the main peak first to see how the discussion between the higher-ups of our two forces is going. Zhao Feng took the initiative to resign and went to the main peak of Black Devil Peak. This kid is just a rank 3 true god. In the spiritual race, he's at most an inner disciple, but he can freely enter and exit the main peak of Black Devil Peak. True God, Cloudbreaker, cursed after Zhao Feng left. The main peak of Black Devil Peak was a place that only core disciples could enter, and he did not have the qualifications to do so. However, Zhao Hui, an inner disciple of the spirit race, was able to enter the core area of Black Devil Peak. This made him extremely dissatisfied and jealous. After leaving this place, Zhao Hui headed straight for the main peak of Black Devil Peak. However, before he could even get close to the main hall, Zhao Hui saw the upper echelons of the two forces flying out. The juniors of my Black Devil Peak have long heard that the Spirit Clan's genius is extremely strong. This time, let's let him exchange pointers with the disciples of the Spirit Clan. In the upper echelon of Black Devil Peak, the demon-faced old man said with a smile, "Of course not. In terms of battle prowess alone, the disciples of the Spirit Clan cannot compare to the disciples of the Black Devil Peak." The silver-haired old lady of the spirit race said calmly, "Had it not been for the repeated requests of the Black Devil Peak's upper echelons, she would not have agreed to this spar." This was because the 4 ancient gods that the spiritual race had sent this time were not the strongest ancient god disciples of the spiritual race. The ancient god disciples that came from the spiritual race only happened to accept this mission. Everyone from Black Devil Peak. There's no need to be too serious. Ancient god floating spirit immediately said, making the spiritual race disciples lower their voices. It seems like the two forces aren't very friendly. Zhao Hui thought to himself. His arrival had long ago attracted the attention of many ancient god experts. But the ancient god upper echelon members didn't care about a trifling rank 3 true god. Zhao Hui silently followed behind the group to see what was going on. "Zhao Feng, if the spirit race is no match for us, will you step in?" Ancient god floating spirit messaged. Zhao Feng's strength was obvious to all during the bet between the two clans. This time, Black Devil Peak should have a slight advantage in the competition between the two major forces. But if Black Devil Peak did not understand reason and sent out the powerful geniuses of its faction to viciously humiliate the spiritual race disciples, Ancient God Floating Spirit hoped that Zhao Feng could intervene and salvage the situation. Isn't the spirit race on good terms with Black Devil Peak? How could something like this happen? Zhao Feng countered with a question. No faction is absolutely united. A faction like Black Devil Peak is even more prominent. Ancient God Floating Spirit did not avoid the topic and slowly explained to Zhao Feng. It turned out that the internal strife of Black Devil Peak was also extremely intense. At present, Black Devil Peak had 2 strongest factions, and only one of them was on good terms with the spiritual race. Elder Tao was the representative of this faction. The representative of the other faction was the demon-masked elder. The 2 factions were fighting in an attempt to wrest control over Black Devil Peak. Elder Tao's faction used trade with the spiritual race to obtain the resources it needed to increase its overall strength. In response, the other faction would definitely think of ways to obstruct them and destroy the relationship between the two sides, but they would not go too far. If they offended the spiritual race too deeply, the effects would only worsen. This also means that the demon-masked elders faction wants to use this method to humiliate the spiritual race, so that the spiritual race will gradually lose any good impression of Black Devil Peak. Zhao Feng quickly understood the reason for this matter. However, he had no intention of revealing himself. This was a 5-star faction of the Antian Zone. Once Zhao Feng's identity was exposed, the faction behind ancient god Profound Devil, who was in the Antian Zone, would instantly find out. When the time came, not only would his mission to rescue the little thieving cat fail, Zhao Feng himself might also be in danger. The upper echelon members of the two factions quickly arrived at a small dimension. This dimension was filled with massive and savage mountains. This is the place. There's no fighting zone or array to protect us, so we can fight to our heart's content. The demon-masked elder heartily laughed. Which disciple of Black Devil Peak will be fighting? The silver-haired old lady asked. She had heard of all the famous geniuses of Black Devil Peak. At this moment, a spatial ripple appeared next to them. A moment later, a devilishly handsome youth with starry lightning in his eyes appeared. It's him. Zhao Hui's expression froze. This youth was none other than the young Master Hai, who had a gambling match with Zhao Feng at the God Eye Assembly. Zhao Feng knew that if true God Cloudbreaker was here, then young Master Hai would also be here. He just hadn't expected for the two of them to meet. Paying respects to senior of the spiritual race, young Master Hai smiled and bowed. So it's young Master Hai of Black Devil Peak with a starry eye. The silver-haired old lady had heard a little about him. Of course, this wasn't because young Master Hai was very strong, but because of his special eye. It was extremely powerful, comparable to the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. In short, young Master Hai wasn't the best ancient god disciple of Black Devil Peak, but he wasn't bad either. Jean Kuin, you go. The silver-haired old lady picked him out. Of the 4 ancient god disciples of the spiritual race, only Jean Kuin had the spiritual race bloodline. The spiritual race bloodline could effectively suppress the power of young Master Hai's eye bloodline. Yes. Jean Kuin immediately stepped forward. He had heard of young Master Hai before, but his strength was probably on par with his own. If he defeated young Master Hai this time, he would be winning glory for the spiritual race. Once he returned to the spiritual race, he would definitely be rewarded with contribution points. Please enlighten me. Young Master Hai wickedly smiled as he flew away. Jean Kuin immediately charged out. The two didn't fly very far before they attacked. Star Flash! Young Master Hai immediately used the secret flying skill he was so proud of. His body was shrouded in a hazy starry mist as he rapidly flew through the air. What incredible speed! But I don't need to chase after him. Jean Kuin stood where he was, his body glowing with a jade-white light. It was clear that he cultivated a high-level body-refining technique. The spiritual race bloodline excelled in defense, and Jean Kuin's body-refining technique made it impossible for an ordinary ancient god to injure him. Thus, he boldly stood where he was and waited for young Master Hai to attack. Heavenly Star Explosion! Young Master Hai activated his star eye and shot out a dazzling beam of starlight. At the same time, a crescent bow appeared in his hand. This bow was of high quality, and it matched well with his star power Upanishad, which allowed him to use the strongest power. Boom! Bang! Crash! The world rumbled as mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Although young Master Hai specializes in speed and fierce attacks, Jean Kuin's god's spiritual jade body seems to have advanced. Together with the spiritual race bloodline, his defense is impregnable. The black-clothed ancient god of the spiritual race had a look of praise on his face. Jean Kuin was much stronger than they had expected. Young Master Hai of the Black Devil Peak is also a great talent. He can use the star power to this level. Although Jean Kuin's strength far surpassed expectations, Young Master Hai was not to be underestimated. The odds of victory in this match were 50-50. Winning was naturally good, but losing wouldn't be too miserable. Not at all. The spiritual race bloodline is truly worthy of being one of the top 20 ancient bloodlines. It was able to suppress young Master Hai's star eye to such a level. Although the demon-masked elder said this, he was not the slightest bit worried. Young Master Hai is even stronger than before. Zhao Hui's eyes dimmed. Zhao Feng had once fought with young Master Hai. Back then, Zhao Feng had used a space-time eye bloodline technique to defeat young Master Hai. The current young Master Hai was even stronger than before, and he seemed to be at ease in this battle. He was not using his full strength, as if he was looking for an opportunity. As expected, it didn't take long before Jin Kuan began to feel the strain. Star Intent was an intent that combined offense, explosive power, and speed. It was much stronger than ordinary intents. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race gradually grimaced. Earth-shaking Nova! At a certain moment, young Master Hai suddenly used a powerful star eye technique. Young Master Hai was like an enormous star on the verge of destruction as he shot toward Jin Kuan with such speed that no one could react to it. Boom! Bang! An astonishing amount of star energy slammed into the defensive divine power in front of Jin Kuan. What power! Jin Kuan sensed danger and immediately used a secret spiritual race bloodline art to reduce his injuries. Lose! A voice suddenly came from behind Jin Kuan. Young Master Hai fused his star eye technique with the crescent moon bow and fired an arrow of dazzling meteor light that pierced through all defenses and struck Jin Kuan. Boom! Bang! Jin Kuan's body smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. It seems like it really was, as ancient god floating spirit said. The spiritual race only randomly selected a few disciples this time. The demon-masked elder was a little smug. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race had grim expressions. Jin Kuan had been defeated too quickly, while young Master Hai was barely injured. This was a completely one-sided battle. In addition, if the one defeated wasn't a disciple with a spiritual race bloodline, it would have been a little easier to explain. Zhao Feng! Ancient god floating spirit couldn't help but look at Zhao Hui, hoping that he would show himself. Zhao Feng had a high-level eye bloodline, so defeating young Master Hai shouldn't be too difficult. Could it be that the youth favored by ancient god floating spirit is the true genius of the spiritual race? The demon-masked elder wickedly chuckled as he looked at Zhao Hui. Why don't we send a rank 3 disciple of my Black Devil Peak to exchange a few pointers with this young genius of the spiritual race? The demon-masked elder asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race did not reply. Zhao Hui was just an obscure inner disciple. If Black Devil Peak sent a rank 3 true god, it would definitely be a top-class rank 3 expert. Zhao Hui's loss was certain. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Hui, who had always been a man of few words, spoke up. Then this junior will display his incompetence. Zhao Hui faintly smiled as he accepted the challenge. He was just worrying over how to refuse ancient god floating spirit's request. After all, the other party had treated him rather well. But this demon-masked elder wanted to send a rank 3 true god to fight him. This way, Zhao Feng wouldn't need to refuse ancient god floating spirit's request and could still fight while concealing his identity. Chapter 1322. This ancient god floating spirit's expression froze. Zhao Hui hadn't agreed before, but now that the elder said he would send a rank 3 true god to fight, he agreed. In other words, Zhao Feng was going to use this avatar to fight for the spirit race. However, ancient god floating spirit was confident in Zhao Feng himself, not this ordinary rank 3 clone. Kid, what did you say? The other disciples of the spirit race let out a low shout. In their opinion, Zhao Hui had no chance of winning. After all, they were all ancient god realm experts. Based on their observations, they could tell that Zhao Hui wasn't very strong. The elders of the spirit tribe were also very displeased. This inner disciple was too full of himself. Good. The disciples of the spirit clan are indeed brave. The bronze-masked old man laughed and took out a communication token. The requirement for this match was a rank 3 true god, and he already had a candidate in mind. He had already given the spiritual race face by not sending out their strongest rank 7 ancient gods for this battle of rank 7 ancient gods. In his view, a battle between rank 3 true gods wouldn't have much of an effect, so it didn't really matter if he sent out a top-class disciple to defeat Zhao Hui. Humph. Jean Kuan lowered his head and looked at Zhao Feng, snorting disdainfully. Black Devil Peak was obviously prepared and would not allow the spirit race to win. But this brat actually believed himself to be infallible. Not long after, a golden figure appeared in this independent space. Elder, what are your orders? True God Cloudbreaker had an excited expression. The ancient god upper echelon of Black Devil Peak had called him over for an important matter. If he could complete this task well, his future on Black Devil Peak was certain to soar. Go spar with the disciples of the Spirit Clan and hone your strength, the bronze-masked old man calmly said. Even so, true God Destruction had the eyes of destruction and was definitely a top expert among rank 3 true gods. The spirit races, Zhao Hui was no match for him. Yes, may I know who from the Spirit Clan will be sparring with me? True God, Cloudbreaker, confidently smiled. It's me. Zhao Hui stepped forward. It's Brother Zhao. True God Cloudbreaker was startled at first, but then he gave a faint smile. The eyes of the 2 leaders flickered. These 2 people seemed to know each other. I happened to meet Brother Zhao just now, so I brought him around the Black Devil Peak. True God Cloudbreaker explained, and then he asked, But, Brother Zhao, aren't you a doctor? Previously, he had threatened Zhao Hui with Kuan Yin, but Zhao Hui had refused to help. Why would he represent the spirit tribe now? Could it be that his identity as a doctor was fake? Doctor! Hearing this, both parties were stunned. The elders and disciples of the spirit race almost cursed out loud. You're just a doctor, yet you dare to fight? You're really courting death. I have some experience in combat. Defeating you shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hui's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. The people from Black Devil Peak almost burst out laughing when they heard this. The people of Black Devil Peak all knew of true God Cloudbreaker's strength. But for a doctor of the same rank to say that he could defeat true God Cloudbreaker was a massive joke. The spirit race clansmen were also angered by Zhao Hui's shamelessness. However, Zhao Hui had already accepted the challenge, so they couldn't stop him. Please. Zhao Feng circulated his wind profound energy and leapt out. But to everyone's surprise, true God Cloudbreaker stopped as if he had some misgivings. True God Cloudbreaker, what's wrong? The demon-faced elder grunted. For a mighty eye of destruction, descendant to cower in front of a doctor was truly shameful. Elder, this is just a friendly match. Can we restrict the use of divine weapons and supplementary tools? True God Cloudbreaker somewhat embarrassedly asked, but he had no choice. He had personally seen Zhao Hui take out 3 average-quality divine weapons and give them to Kuan Yin. Who knew if Zhao Hui had even more formidable divine weapons or tools on him? The demon-faced elder's expression darkened. True God Cloudbreaker's words had left him extremely displeased. But when he thought about how true God Cloudbreaker had interacted with Zhao Hui before, he knew that there had to be a special reason for such a request. I feel that not using external power will allow me to display my own strength. What do the spiritual race members think? The demon-faced elder squeezed out a smile. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race found this request rather strange. but they did not refuse. "Okay, Brother Zhao, let me experience your strength." True God Cloudbreaker immediately charged forward in shock. He had never encountered a match among rank 3 true gods. His Eye of Destruction had always been extremely powerful, and not using divine weapons gave him an even greater advantage. Bzzz. True God Cloudbreaker's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light, exuding an intent that could destroy all. Eye of Destruction. The members of the spiritual race cried out in alarm. They were even more displeased. They hadn't expected that Black Devil Peak would even send out a god-eye descendant for this match. Moreover, the Eye of Destruction was extremely destructive, so offensive divine weapons were dispensable to it. Destruction Light. True God Cloudbreaker bellowed, his eyes erupting with a dazzling golden pillar of light. Deish! A pair of light blue wind wings appeared on Zhao Hui's back, and in the ripples of space intent his body became ethereal. This kid's movement technique is extremely profound. The black-robed spiritual race elder called out in surprise. Although the Eye of Destruction was extremely powerful, Zhao Hui's movement technique was extremely profound and fast, allowing him to dodge all the attacks. All you know how to do is run. How can you defeat your opponent? Jean Quinn coldly snorted. Although he didn't like Zhao Hui, his comment was also true. The majority of doctors were not skilled in fighting, but rather in running away. But this was a match, and victory was determined by defeating one's opponent. How could Zhao Feng, who was not skilled in offense, defeat True God Cloudbreaker? Damn, this kid's movement technique is very profound, but he really is a doctor. True God Cloudbreaker coldly snorted, and then he wickedly smiled. He had nothing to fear against someone who only knew how to run. He only needed to constantly attack and force his opponent to reveal an opening so that he could instantly defeat them. Destruction Flurry. True God Cloudbreaker's eyes exuded golden rays of light that pierced through the world. Swoosh swoosh. Zhao Hui urged the wind and space power Upanishad to move agilely between heaven and earth. He had barely dodged all the gold light beams. This movement technique and reaction speed left both ancient gods flabbergasted. What they didn't know was that Zhao Feng was controlling Zhao Hui at this moment, and he was also transferring a portion of his powerful psychic energy to him. Zhao Feng and his clone were one soul, and Zhao Feng was hiding in his interspatial dimension, so the amount of energy he was transferring was very small and obscure. Not even the top-class ancient gods present would be able to sense it. Zhao Hui's senses had been greatly enhanced, so he was naturally able to easily dodge these attacks. "It's my turn to attack." Zhao Hui smiled. "You." True God Cloudbreaker couldn't help but chuckle. In his view, Zhao Hui was just a doctor who specialized in escaping techniques, so his fighting abilities and attacks were definitely not very strong. He's going to fight back. The black-robed elder of the spirit race was startled. He believed that Zhao Feng would keep dodging and running until he finally conceded. At least he wouldn't lose too badly. He hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to know how to fight back. But he didn't know how strong Zhao Hui's attacks were. Bzzz. At this moment, Zhao Hui's right eye suddenly turned extremely gloomy, like a nightfall from the underworld. A faint black coil could be seen spinning around it. The Eye of Samsara. True God Cloudbreaker called out in alarm. He had never imagined that Zhao Hui was also a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. Moreover, the Eye of Samsara was known as the undying eye of the 8 great god eyes, making it the most difficult to deal with. The other members of the 2 sides were also stunned. This kid's concealment techniques are so profound that even I didn't notice. The silver-haired old woman gave Zhao Hui a profound look. She had no idea that Zhao Feng had used the eye-sealing art and eye-shrouding art to conceal his Eye of Samsara bloodline. Unless the silver-haired old woman was a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. She would find it very difficult to notice. His clone actually has the eye of samsara. Ancient god floating spirit was inwardly shocked. It was no wonder Zhao Feng had left behind such a weak clone. But it seems like there's only one eye of samsara. The demon-masked elder's eyes dimmed after his shock. Only one eye of samsara. The rest of the people were confused too. Everyone knew that the eye of samsara was divided into the samsara of life and the samsara of death. The samsara of death had an undying body and a samsara immortal body. The samsara of life was even more unique. It could be said to be useless, but there were times when it could be incredibly useful. It was obvious that Zhao Hui's eye was the samsara of life, and the samsara of life was completely useless in this battle. Everyone was rather speechless. They had originally been thinking about who would win this battle, but now they had been played by Zhao Hui. The eye of samsara of life was completely useless in this battle. Heh, you plan on using this eye to attack me? True God, Cloudbreaker, breathed a sigh of relief and gave a wicked laugh. You guessed right. Zhao Hui's right eye began to revolve, and chaotic energy began to gather. Although the eye of samsara of life wasn't very useful in battle, it was still a special eye bloodline. An eye bloodline technique launched from it would definitely be stronger than an ordinary eye bloodline. At this moment, Zhao Feng was secretly sending in more eye bloodline energy, further increasing the power of this eye bloodline technique. Oh no! True God, Cloudbreaker, sensed a dangerous energy. He had never imagined that a doctor would be able to use such a powerful eye bloodline technique. Earth-shaking Nova! The eye bloodline technique that Zhao Hui had been building up in his left eye was suddenly unleashed. Zhao Hui himself possessed wind, water, wood, and space intents, so his earth-shaking nova was somewhat powerful. The attack of the earth-shaking nova could pierce through both the physical and the soul, and the Eye of Destruction was not skilled in defense. True God Cloudbreaker couldn't dodge, and he was struck by a chaotic wave of intent energy. In the midst of a devastating shockwave, he was defeated. Earth-shaking Nova! The spectating young Master Hai was stunned. Although Zhao Hui hadn't used the true earth-shaking Nova, this was the technique that made young Master Hai famous, and he was extremely familiar with it. Spiritual race Zhao Feng! Young Master Hai's expression darkened. He had never been to the spiritual race. He had only lost this eye bloodline technique to Zhao Feng during the God Eye Assembly. He won. The members of the spiritual race didn't dare to believe it. The situation had changed far too quickly. Zhao Hui had used the samsara of life to defeat true God Cloudbreaker with a single eye bloodline technique. The eye of the samsara of life could only amplify one's power to a certain extent. The decisive factor was still Zhao Hui's profound and formidable eye bloodline technique. The spiritual race truly is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Black Devil Peak's elder Tao chuckled. He naturally hoped that the spiritual race would win this match, so that the relationship between the two factions would become too tense. But the demon-faced elder had an extremely nasty grimace as he stared at true God Cloudbreaker and Zhao Hui as if he wanted to eat them alive. At this moment, a message rang out in the demon-faced elder's mind. Elder, the eye bloodline technique that Zhao Hui used just now was my earth-shaking nova, but the only member of the spiritual race that has this eye bloodline technique is probably Zhao Feng. Zhao Hui and Zhao Feng probably have an extremely close relationship. The sender was none other than young Master Hai. The Heavenly Demon Hall is currently searching for clues about Zhao Feng. Go and tell them about this. The demon-faced elder gloomily stared at Zhao Hui.